All right, welcome in, guys. Sorry for a bit of a late stream. I was busy IRL. Just came back home. It is what it is. Okay. Yo, hi chat. We got some NFM drama going on. Apparently CAG didn't take the leaks easily. So there is whole communication from the CG side in certain discords, like Shadow Moses Discord. Why I'm not surprised. About how they're gonna burn the group because it was leaked. Yeah. While I was discussing it, because it was leaked, kinda I don't know what Sage is trying to achieve, honestly, at this point. Yeah. I just saw something on Discord. Sorry, I'm a bit slow. I just saw something on Discord. Apparently there is an A1 video copy link. Apparently there is already an A1 video speculating on Discords. Oh, it's a part of the stream? Wait, what's going on? Give me a second.
Maybe they're going to try something else. I don't know. But what I do know is that what we're moving towards is planes in space. And that can be really fun if it's done correctly. But you're going to have to accept the fact that you are no longer going to be able to... How should I say it? You're no longer going to be able...
is this the right timing?
To play the simulation-based kind of game that we all fell in love with, you know, in the previous flight model. So either you folks need to step up your game on Spectrum.
Oh, there we go.
In just a second here. So 0 to 100 flight model. And it. Be careful with the M50, right? Even in the 85X, like the ballistic penetration on the Wolf is no joke. Like it's a serious problem for the smaller ships. And I feel like that kind of should be the way. If you have really tiny ships with no armor, right? So stuff about the flight model. So let's pull up some screenshots here.
I want to see what it says.
Okay, so they're testing the new flight model. And so we're going to read this and then we're going to talk about stuff as to like what they're testing and all that stuff, right? So new flight model testing, significant changes so far that we've seen.
I'm just
Speed
curious.
limits are not spherical anymore, so backstrafe is very limited. We are talking below 100 meters per second. It's pretty much an egg-shaped mixed speed bubble. Power to engine pips define max speed acceleration, which is very close to something that you'd see from like X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, which is a really, really, like right here, this here is the most positive thing it's probably the most positive thing about this whole.
I actually don't think it's the most positive thing. I think it's bad. I think it's not good in realities of how Star Citizen works, right? I disagree. I always hated that power management thing and logic
stuff, right? 3 ships in testing are the Gladiator and F8 Lightning, which is pretty simple because it's light, medium, and heavy. So it's the 3 best ships in each category, essentially. Acceleration jerk implementations, or how fast the thruster can go from 0 to 100, are going to be changed. Ability to control the IFCS core. So basically what they're saying is you'll be able to turn off all your flight assist systems, which means all of your rotational assist, all of your momentum assist, everything that controls the ship, you can turn it off. And so that everything now goes to like complete 100% manual control. They're saying that it's almost impossible to master in the current state. Maybe that's the case, but we'll talk about that here in a second. They want to test the quantum system, which is what really this whole testing is about, which is the new quantum travel system. We don't really have any big information about that at all. So it's kind of like, it's kind of like whatever. But don't worry, there's more. There's more. So if I pull up this screenshot here.
Let's see.
I'll pull.
Yogi pissed that whole testing group got burned because breach of NDA. Yeah.
Pull up this.
That's what I started with. Yeah, like they're apparently burning the group. I don't think they realize it's gonna get leaked again and again and again and again and again.
So let's talk about this in just a second here.
Yeah, I think CAG is like playing a weird game. I think they're absolutely disconnected.
Okay, so I don't care if I'm not logged in.
Yeah, I know. I know, that's the point. There is nothing even in this in these leaks that probably you wouldn't know already if you follow the communication.
Oh, for God's sake. Alright, can I just...
Wait, was it his sound of Discord or mine?
Here, oh, for God's sake.
Oh, that's his sound, okay. I was like, why the Discord bleeping?
Like that. And then I'll just pull it up. Like, Deesh. There we go. All right. All strafes become symmetrical. At least for now. Up, down, left, right are the same. Mass and proportion is calculated, so if you're firing missiles, you will increase your acceleration, top speed, but not by much. Makes sense. So if you're heavy laden, so you have lots of missiles, you're heavy on fuel, that's typically what most modern jet fighters, you have laden and unladen speeds. So an F-18, when she's fully loaded, with all the right packages, the right strike packages, the right missiles.
Yeah, Church. I think it always will be leaked. I mean, maybe at some point they will find a group that is not leaking, right? But how good the feedback from that group will be interesting. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Extra fuel tanks for long-range missions. Your acceleration is going to change. Like the F-18 won't be accelerating like it's, like it's light. So that is a cool thing. That's very simulation-y. However, we'll talk about the flight stuff here in a second. IFCS core will be disabled upon collisions if you survive, which sends you into a half-controlled cinematic spin. I like how they put cinematic in there. Re-enabling the IFCS core requires reboot time, which is about 5 to 10 seconds. That is an insane amount of time.
Yes.
That's an insane amount of time.
Remember, yesterday I speculated on using this system to make a Tokyo Drift 180s, where that's an insane amount of time. Like, you pretty much like you turn in a light fighter faster than that, so I don't know if you can abuse that to make faster turns. If core disabled allows you to get better rotations.
Time, but it is what it is, right? So let's draw out.
Your camera is on, by the way.
I don't see myself. Do you guys see
In the
me?
bottom left corner, you can see the top of your head.
What?
It's not pointing in the right direction.
Oh my god.
There he
Has
is.
been on.
It peered out of the bottom left. Sorry guys, you don't see it, like behind the chat. That was funny as fuck. I really don't understand why people can't keep their mouths shut even once. Is that hard to not yap shit you're not allowed to yap about? I don't know, man. I think everyone already considers SC development a half meme. No one cares, I guess, at this point.
What happened? What happened? What happened?
Sam wanted the Sam cam. That's
oh
what happened.
my god. Well, let's fix that right now then. Let's
Oh, the boys are here shooting me in armistice.
Oh, that's what I figured here. Okay, let's just
I'll just sit here.
I'm leaving the server because I can't be bothered to play with these people. We're going to talk about flight model stuff anyway. Okay.
I mean, they're not even showing their favoritism at this point because no one knows who leaked Blues. That's the thing.
Okay, so let's put this here like that. And let's fix the live cam.
Oh, they're pad ramming now. Well, that's cool, buddy.
We should record that because that's bannable. Okay, so if I go to live cam here.
Yeah, like, there is a discussion, right? Let me just, give me a second, guys. This is, like, too loud. There is now discussion going on in SM Discord, and that's one of the arguments I've said, like, when you build the community, or like literally someone put up an argument, I don't remember what the argument was, and all I answered, like, because this community is based on entitlement. When you build a community that is for 10 years, that is literally based on entitlement and not on the will to have a good game, that's what you get. The community based on who has a bigger hangar, who has a better access to information, who has like connections and all that. That's literally what you get. Like, in general, it's quite problematic. Yeah, who can talk to the devs more? It's problematic to, in the current age and time, to keep like information secret. They are surprised that shit is being leaked. Like, did they ever bother, like, you know, paying the testers? Like, if you're not getting paid for that, you're just a free, like, slave labor for the past 10 years, I'm not surprised. I'm just not surprised. Right?
Yeah, I'm not seeing it Maybe it's considered.
Is it sad to see? It's funny to see, man. It's not even sad.
Another camera here.
Like, here is the thing. Here is one thing. Quartz. Can you tell me why it is sad to see?
Here, I'll just
BR
add video
Simi is the
capture.
name.
Okay.
Because it's always sad to see when people cannot honor agreements. You mean the agreement that we had to have Squadron 42 released in 2016? Or the agreement that CAG will be in their best faith to deliver like an actual game and gameplay? So what agreements are we talking about here? Instead of becoming a predatory marketing company that just sucks out money out of people and delivers literally no gameplay but the promises. Like, what kind of agreement we're talking about here? Let's be real. Like, I just don't blame anybody anymore. Yeah, like, you can absolutely understand that they are being treated right now the same way they've been treating their community the entire time. As far as I'm concerned, as far as I know, yes, there was a new NDA for that. Yeah, there was a separate NDA. Because it's not Ivocade, it's a separate group of people. There is a post in SM Discord where Yogi said that now you made like pretty much my life harder because of that leak. He'll probably lose some certain level of authority or something like that, and probably the entire group of testers is going to be trashed, like burned.
Get that sweet QR code up and record it.
No. That doesn't make any sense how... Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know how my mainstream is picking up a camera. Just to yellow. We have when it comes to speed zones, right? So if we go hollow, change it to yellow, here like that. So this kind of is what we have right now, where we have about 600 meters per second forward and about 300 meters per second in reverse, which is one.
There's a difference between breaking an agreement between two individuals an individual in a soulless corporation, yeah, that keeps milking you for the past 10 years. Yeah. I guess so. Like, if here's what I think. If I would have signed up that agreement, I still wouldn't probably leak. But I cannot probably be even too mad on people who do that. Yeah, of course they don't know. The problem is they're gonna now remove the entire group. No. I don't think they will burn the account. Right, they'll just remove access.
Third of the overall top speed typically of combat, right? Which means that if I turn my ship, if I'm, let's say, existing here in the speed zone, and I turn my ship, you know, whatever degrees this is, so this would probably be like 45 degrees, okay? Then I'm only going to be able to reach this speed, right? So if 600 is here, and I can only turn my nose up, which means my nose is hitting this position, and my ship is here, then I can only actually go, let's say 500, if I want to be able to. I can only go 500 if I want to go in a motion like this, and I can go 600 if I want to go in a straight line. All right. Does everybody understand what that means?
Yeah.
Okay. It means that the higher you pull your nose, that the higher you pull your nose off of your point of movement, the lower speed you get. Right?
Yeah.
So if I want to go totally flat, totally straight, I want to go from point A to point B, I can move at 600 meters per second. If I want to move like this, right, then I can only go 500 meters per second because I'm turning, right? If I want to go like this and make a really hard turn, right, then as soon as if my speed wall is low, then it's going to drop me even lower.
Yeah, but that
while
depends
I turn
on
my nose to face the opposite.
But that depends on where you're facing the nose, right? So if you're facing the nose in the vector of movement, you'll still get the maximum speed. It's only if you do this by a strafe.
The direction if I was going this way, right? This is what we currently have right now. I want everyone to understand this. This is what we have right now, okay? This is what we have right now. This is Master Modes, right? That's why when you guys see me flying an Interceptor, right? People ask me like, why do you like flying the Interceptor? It's because I can take a sweeping movement, right? And I can stay at high speed as long as I don't make a sharp turn, right? If I make a sharp turn, I'm going to drop all my speed, right? Because I could have come around the corner at about 500, right? Because I'm moving at an angle that's less than 90 degrees, okay? But if I make a sharp turn, then this section right here of my flight is going to drop to like 200. Because for a brief second, my nose is going to be facing in the opposite direction of where I'm moving. And because the reverse wall, because again, if my momentum is carrying me this way and I spin my nose the other direction, I now am quote unquote backstrafing because I've carried my energy into a movement,
Yeah.
I've spun around, and now I'm carrying 500 meters per second into that movement. I've turned myself around, and now my main engines are pushing me this way, and I cannot maintain my speed in the same direction I'm going because my reverse speed wall is only 300, where the speed that I came into the turn with was 200 meters per second over what the allowed speed limit was as I turn my nose around.
Yeah.
Okay?
But like, why? I just don't understand why he needs to carry that speed over while backstrafing, unless he wants to like do the backstrafe backstrafing as a combat maneuver.
This is
Like, the only reason why you want to do it is if the Gladius is running away from you and you're chasing it with another Gladius and you want to turn on it 180 and face it and shoot it in the face, but like that is like not really a realistic scenario you're even going to be doing.
extremely important, because the new flight model uses this metric and these things that I'm explaining to a much more aggressive degree, significantly more aggressive. Okay. Now, if we have high speeds, okay, then we get much more space-like dogfighting, right? So let's talk about what we're moving towards and what has been explained. Okay.
That is
so
quite
we're
a
going to draw
long
out
video
what
to
the
go
game
through.
is going to look in the future, and that looks much more like this. If I can draw it out here. Actually, it's not a rectangle, it's more this here. So okay. Okay. This is the new flight model. Your reverse speed wall now is going to be like 90 meters per second. Your forward speed is going to be about 400 meters per second.
That's with boost,
Okay.
I assume, right?
What this means is that you are essentially creating 3 degrees of freedom, which is what modern airplanes and modern aerial fighters are all based on. Okay? Because let's be honest, if I turn, okay, like I said before, if I make a turn, right? I want to draw this out. If I'm here, okay, and this is my speed zone, right? And again, I only have this very limited space to move in, and I move
Time to
90
log in on
degrees,
this ES.
right?
Yeah.
So now my ship is pointing this direction. Okay, now my speed wall is like this, and I turn my nose even more. Now my speed wall is like this. You'll notice that I'm actually hitting this section here.
Yeah. I think he looks at this from his own perspective, and I understand that because everyone has their own like flight style, and I'm not here to say someone is right and someone is wrong. I'm just curious to hear what he has to say about it, right? Because I'm a very neutral guy. You know me, I'm a Bob, right? I'm curious to hear everyone's opinion. And I think that's one of the biggest struggles in for CAG. There are like 3, 4, I guess I can say 4, like at least 3 different like flight schools in general, like that evolved over time with the community evolving, and like they're very like, oh, I'm flying right, you are flying wrong, you know? But I don't care. I'm just like absorbing the information.
Okay, I'm actually hitting this reverse speed wall, because what I've done is I've carried my momentum and I've started to turn, but because my momentum is pushing me this way, because I'm going 400 meters per second,
Yeah.
and I start to turn like this, as soon as I turn past that 90-degree point, I now turn from going this direction to going this direction.
Yeah.
And when that change happens right here, that flip happens, I now go from strafing to back strafing. And because I have 400 meters per second going this way, and I can turn my nose much faster than I can reduce my speed, what ends up happening is I go into this essentially
he basically gets an artificial braking power because of the rotation itself, right?
Slide where I go into this turn like this, I boom, hit that speed wall immediately, because as soon as I go past 90 degrees, I hit that speed wall. And so I have essentially created a 3 degrees of freedom game, because what that is going.
That's why I had a talk with one of the developers back in the day. About the flight model. Let me try to find some. Let me try to find something. Let me try to find something without leaking too much. Because pretty much, this model is getting closer to what I described, but it lacks key components of it. So, sorry for a little bit of a flashbang. Can I move it so that it doesn't matter? The camera doesn't. This is what I've drawn back in the day. That's long before people like were thinking about this new flight model. Not long before, but some time ago. Oof. That's something I was trying to talk yesterday. It's gonna be hard, guys. Sorry, probably half of you will just exit the channel because I will be talking so slow. I need to remember myself. Let me gather up my thoughts. Let me absorb the picture. Yeah, so in the new flight model, as far as I understand, we have this egg-shaped maximum speeds. So what this picture shows, pretty much, is while you don't see any egg-shaped things here, right? It kind of implies one. So my idea of the flight model would be that a ship in the middle here, the triangle, would have an SCM bubble. It would be an actual bubble, a spherical form around the ship that would have a certain speed limit to it, and it will not be egg-shaped. Like inside of that bubble, like it's a minimal speed that you have a fully 6 degrees of freedom flight without any restriction based on your vector or the positioning of your ship, right? After that SCM bubble, you could see like this big arrow here at the top, which says counterforce. After you exit the speed bubble of SCM, like it's all like, I don't want to call it SCM or like it just now it makes no sense. There's like no nav calling it SCM. It's getting so confusing. But after you exit your original native speed bubble, since this moment, since here, starting with this, right? On your movement vector, you get influenced by counterforce. The further you go away from your native SCM bubble speed, the more force is impacting you. And the maximum speed that your ship is capable of will be defined by an equation of increasing of your ship your ship's ability to accelerate minus the increasing counterforce. So like the further you go outside of that pure Newtonian 6DOF bubble, the more force is applied to your ship, and it is always applied counter your current vector, not the ship nose, but your current vector. So it's a counter vector force that is applied to you whenever you try to accelerate outside of that bubble, which brings you to a point, the moment you exit the bubble, you start accelerating slower and slower and slower and slower until the counter force equals your ability to accelerate, right? And this should be a systemic solution that goes through the entire game like a curve, where depending on the curve that can be tweaked on a patch-to-patch basis, but it should be a systemic solution that covers like the entirety of the ship line, where at certain speed, a certain counter force is applied, and the more G's your ship can pull, theoretically, faster you can go. Right? Give me a second. All right. Yeah. My wife was laughing about more jizz you can pull. Yeah, see? That's where you end up being talking about Star Citizen. It can be measured, no need to guess. True. Yeah, so it goes much more like, I had a very long talk about this. I cannot even remember it right now because like I get these ideas, I never write them down. I don't know what's wrong with me. But yeah, that was the whole idea. And the idea of you rotating even on the high speed inside of your bubble, like a possibility to do that. I don't know where CG is going with this. Let's continue watching A1 and see what he has to say about it.
Going to create is flight is going to look much less like how we see it now, where it's much more 6 degrees of freedom and blah blah blah, and it's going to be much more based off of this, where
that was a nice background,
where flight movement will look like this: sweeping lines, attack a target on its way out, and this here like this. Next guy comes in, here comes, attacks his target, turns, doesn't want it, leaves. Okay, so what's going to happen is ships are going to be moving, right? They're going to be carrying their energy. And if anybody basically decides to make a hard turn, right? Like right here, he decides, again, you got to think every second you're moving, right? It's an angle. Right? But if I make a nice sharp angle like this and I drop all my speed, I'm carrying that momentum this way. I'm basically gonna slide against the floorboards like an ice rink.
Yeah.
You know, I'm basically gonna hit this imaginary speed wall like this, and I'm gonna slide against that speed wall like this until I get into a nose position that allows me to move much farther down basically this cone, right? So I can exist, anywhere inside this cone to some degree, but only within a very limited space. And then, so essentially what you're doing is I'll draw this out so it'll make even more sense. It's like you're connecting cones in space. That's a really good way to explain it here. So it's like you're connecting. So here's your first cone, right? Like this. There's your first cone. There's your next movement.
Yeah.
There's your next cone. there's your next cone like this. So you're moving down. So you're moving down these cones, right? Now, if I start, at this side of the cone and I move like this and I turn my nose just enough, okay, I'm going to be able to maintain my speed, right?
Yeah.
Because
Makes
I'm not
sense.
exiting the
The
speed
borders.
zone because
Yeah.
my nose isn't
Yeah.
turning fast enough
Yeah.
to drop my speed, okay? But if I were to
True, that's actually a cylinder. Very
make
true.
a really hard turn here and decide, you know what, I don't like this position, I want to turn my nose like this, I want to turn in here and start engaging this target, well, guess what? I've now reached that speed cone. So what ends up happening is I'm asking for a cone like this, right? And so I'm going to basically, as soon as I slide out of that spot and I hit that speed wall here, it's going to push me way slower. It's way slower, right? So what this is doing is it's essentially making planes in space, right? So you have strafe, but you have strafe within a very limited cone to move in, okay? And so fights are going to be much more like, like airplanes, like War Thunder, DCS World, that kind of stuff. You're going to like sweeping lines.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
so you're going to have what's called maximum turn angles, And if you ever think for yourself, like in space, you want to pull the Starbuck maneuver, right? Where, somebody is engaging you, they're pushing you this way, and you're pushing the same direction, but you're facing them. Okay? So he's moving towards you at 500 meters per second. You're disengaging at 500 meters per second. There is no way to close that distance, right?
Yeah.
This has been
this is the backstrafing meta, pretty much, right? That a lot of people don't like. It's good in movies, in games it's annoying, right?
crux of the issue, because in space with infinite acceleration,
you just get your cross section small enough if you have an advantage of a smaller ship, and you just keep constantly trolling them with a backstrafe. While in space, if we would imagine an infinite acceleration, the ship would be able to keep up, the right one, because he's pushing with the main thrusters, which are, like, in theory, much more powerful than the retro thrusters of the target that is running away. But in a gamified world, people abuse this, and the main thrusters can never keep up with a backstrafer. So limiting your ability to backstrafe basically, theoretically, in a certain way, mimics your ability of main thrusters to catch up with with retro thrusters ship, right?
okay? In space with infinite accelerations, there is no speed wall. So if this guy has 10 Gs and this guy has 5 Gs...
Yeah, exactly what he's saying
okay,
right now, right?
I can accelerate up to him.
Yeah.
We might bring our speeds to like 5,000 meters per second.
Yeah, but the stronger accelerations will catch up, right?
It doesn't matter, because in space you can go as fast as you want. It's all based
Yeah.
on accelerations. But because Star Citizen wants to create a Star Wars cinematic experience, Star Wars exists in 3 degrees of freedom, right? So let's look at something here for a second. Let's pull something up.
No, give me a second.
If I want, right here, but it doesn't, and this guy has 5G, there is no speed wall. So if this guy has 10 Gs and this guy has 5 Gs, okay, I can accelerate up to him.
Yeah.
We might bring our speeds to like 5,000
That's the whole
meters
point,
per
right?
second. But it doesn't matter, because in space you can go
That's what limiting the backstrafe is, to recreate the ability to catch up to the guy who is backstrafing on you.
as fast as you want. It's all based on accelerations. But because Star Citizen wants to create a Star Wars cinematic experience. Star Wars exists in 3 degrees of freedom, right? So let's look at something here for a second. Let's pull something up.
I don't think that's Star Wars.
So let's look at some examples of Star Wars dogfighting combat.
Like, in Star Wars, ships don't have strafes at all, right? Am I right? In Star Wars, like, ships don't have strafes at all. Yo, TDL, what's up, man?
Combat and how that equates to what we're moving to. So let's look at one of my...
do ships have strafes and squadrons? I don't remember. I don't think so. I don't think so. I played Squadrons back in the day when it got released. I don't think, yeah, we still have the strafes, so it's different. It just, yeah.
Favorite scenes here in Star Wars. Everybody likes. Okay. Dogfighting and movement and how it's relating to what we're moving to.
That's just main thrusters, and that's it.
Won't okay, to the left and pull around the corner. Okay, see, he's banking to the right, so he pulls around the corner. See how he's kind of banking like an airplane? That's
like jet fighter movement, but that's, you cannot say like Star Citizen is going there because like we still have all the strafes, right?
Same thing with the Slave 1, banking into the turn. I mean, this is like almost so line with the party can exceed of this ship. Neither party that he's doing forward are the same. This new flight model, and that's exactly what we're kind of moving towards with this new flight model, because we are going to have a little bit of essentially drift room, or room for our ships to slide around corners.
Yeah.
But if I can find it,
we will also have the strafes when we are fighting one-on-one in not a chase mode, but in like duo mode, right? So I don't think it is really correct to say this is like Star Wars things. Yeah, the only time they can strafe is usually when they are doing the landing docking thing. Exactly, yeah. Expense, definitely. Catnuts did good on that. For sure. Battlestar Galactica also did that. The problem is it's a movie. There is this main hero complex where the ship that has to win will always do all the proper SIG stuff. The ships that the main hero is supposed to kill will always be flying in a straight line. Yeah, I was talking about the Magic Air TDL, but I was talking about that in a different way. I already showed this. That is something I sent to one of the developers back in the day, where I'll explain it once again to TDL, where you have the speed bubble around your ship and you have your vector, and there is a counterforce, yeah, about the Magic Air, right, and all that. Yeah, I still like don't know why they're not going this way. I think the system would combine the best of two worlds.
The asteroid scene here. Where is it? That may be it. No, that's not it.
Blues, I've commented on that many times. Heat mechanic is something you build up on top of a good core mechanic, right? Heat mechanic is one step above of what CG is trying to solve. Literally. It is important, but it's a layer on top. That's the problem. All these years, they cannot solve the bottom layer. If you don't solve the bottom layer, Anything you build on top will be just a gimmick.
That's not it either. That's not it either. Same thing. Beneath the airframe and the wing at a certain amount, because the pressure of the air has to get...
Like, again, as I said yesterday, I think the entire power system is also wrong. It shouldn't be the power pips. Absolutely. It should be... whatever. Like, I don't know, like, I keep talking about it every single day, and I just feel I'm, like, going in circles, and all of you heard it, like, so many times. Right? I just cannot. I just feel embarrassed at this point that I keep, like, bringing up these topics, like, on a weekly or a daily basis, and keep, like, circle jerking them. I feel myself like I'm going, like, insane. I'm just going, like, mad, because, like, I don't know. It's like power pips, all of that is bad copy paste from the wrong games. Right? They had a good system, they just had to tweak it. Back in the day, like back in 3.4 days, there is a power plant, it emits a certain amount of power, not like imaginary points, it actually like gigawatts, whatever is that. Every single component that is an active component takes a certain amount of energy when it's idle, takes more energy when it's active, be that guns, thrusters, main thrusters, maneuvering thrusters. You put a battery between like the power plant and those components. When ship is idle, obviously the battery will fill up. The more the use stuff, like if you use it lightly, you will not drain the battery, because the outcome of the power plant, output of the power plant will be more still than what you're consuming. If you start like to put pressure on the ship with boosting and firing guns and recharging shields, the battery will slowly start to dry out. When the battery is empty, only then the priorities are taken into consideration. So you basically pre-flight, you like switch your priorities, you set your priorities. Okay, engines is my priority number one. So when the battery is out, like all the power will first go to sustain engines, and then like spread like to device number 2, 3, 4, and 5. Like there is no need for the power pips. It's a useless, redundant, clicking, tedious gameplay that has no sense and meaning. You either have power or you don't have power. You have a capacitor, aka battery, power plant sends to the capacitor, capacitor distributes to everything you need, and only when you run out of capacitor, then the priorities take in place. Yeah, like mana capacitor, of course. It's a perfect working solution where you do power management. Yeah, power pips are absolutely arcadey dog shit. It's what I'm saying is a great solution where you do power management, but you do power management not with the stupid power pips that make no sense, no logic, nothing. You do power management with your actions, the way you use the ship. If you overburn the afterburner, you use a lot of capacitor, you're out. That's the power management. If you spray and pray your guns without hitting a single shot, you use too much power on the guns, you're out. You now have to conserve. An opponent has an edge on you, you're running out of like your mana, bro. It's why we cannot go that way? Why it has to be some magical power pips stolen from Elite Dangerous or from Star Wars Squadrons? Like, I just don't understand. They had this system. They had the system years ago. It was unique. It was working. It wasn't balanced. All you had to do is insert a battery, between the power plant and the modules back in the day, and then you had to do is tweak the values over time, over the years. Tweak the values for how much what component uses at what period of time. That what makes me mad. And now, like, that's what has to be discussed. Literally, that what has to be discussed, not who leaked the information no one cares about that is being leaked. Or burning down the group of testers. That is the whole issue.
Underneath the airframe and the wings to create what's known as lift. If there's not enough lift, your plane basically falls out of the sky and hits the ground. In space, that doesn't matter, but in Star Wars, there is a very similar experience. Like, all these ships are always constantly moving.
But that's the whole point. That's the whole error, the whole mistake of that system. Why guns have like their own capacitor? What is a gun capacitor? Like what is it? Like, let's just, okay. All right. Can someone explain me what is a gun capacitor? I'll just keep this video on pause. And I want replies from chat. What is a gun capacitor? Capacitor is a battery. No. I understand what is a capacitor. I'm talking in Star Citizen. What is a gun capacitor? Or a battery? What is a gun battery? Like, what is it? A mana? Ammo per mag. So if it is a battery, right? Let's say there is a battery in a gun. So it's not the battery in a ship, it is a battery in a gun, right? That is like a part of the gun, right? It's a part of the gun that stores energy, right? That's what everyone is saying right now. Why the fuck then that battery can store more or less power depending on how many guns are on the ship and depending how many pips are in the guns? Why the fuck? There is no, like, logical explanation to this. It is bad, like, bad design. If every gun has a capacitor, its own capacitor, the only thing that matters when you put power into the gun, right? Into the energy, right? Is how fast that capacitor charges. So if the battery for the gun can hold 100 shots, depending on how much power you push to the guns, it will always have 100 shots. It will be just a matter of, will it recharge in 10 seconds or in 30 seconds or in a minute? And then you have more guns, so it takes even more time to recharge that ammo pool. It makes absolutely zero sense to modify the amount of shots a gun can produce depending on how much power you supply to a gun and depending on how much guns do you have on a ship. Right? If it's an energy, if it is a ship energy buffer, Ondo, then we're talking about the battery, a global ship capacitor. Then why the fuck we even have a limitation to how many shots we can fire? If it's a global capacitor, you should be able to fire the guns until you run out of that global capacitor, ship capacitor. Do you understand how broken this is? How illogical this is? All of this system, or heat up, yeah, or overheat, of course, or overheat, obviously. And then it's up to CHG to come up what overheat means. Is it like you can keep firing but your gun gets damaged and breaks, or you just cannot fire? That's a whole other topic. Again, as I said, heat is a thing that you put on top of the core. That's exactly why I'm saying it. You can come up with absolutely different overheat mechanics, right? That's why I'm not even discussing the heat. You see where I'm going on? This mechanic of magical amount of bullets, etc., it's all based to create tedious, unnecessary, magical gameplay of putting pips back and forth. It doesn't matter. Again, as I said, if it's a dedicated buffer for the guns, it has to be always the same amount of shots. You know what I mean? It's just the speed at which it recharges will be different depending on your priorities. If it's a buffer for the entire ship, like a battery, that means you don't have the limit of shots even at all. You can leak all the buffer into the guns until you run out of a capacitor. But the way it is right now is just bad design. It's wrong. It's a gamification, arcadeization for the sake of doing it. So we have like those pips on the MFD that makes zero logical sense, especially in a game like Star Citizen that strives to have like this absolutely different approach. And like the game been butchered of this approach over the years, more and more and more and more and more. Every single time with another reinvention, we get butchered of interesting mechanics, and we're being fed by arcadey Mario Brothers, Sonic universe, blocks of clicking, pips go down, pips go up. Again, they had a very good system back when they actually thought about the gameplay. I'm talking 3.4 days until it was changed. I don't remember when, until we got to the what we call a power triangle, like the system that was before the power triangle, where power triangle actually existed. It looked the same. It was a power triangle, but it absolutely like behaved differently. Yeah, Chris, you're trying to find the logic and excuses to inherently not a good system. Pips are percentage of total power output allocated to a specific capacitor. How does it excuse the weapon logic currently in game? If my specific capacitor of guns, aka battery, can hold 100 shots, it can still hold 100 shots. I have my fucking phone that can hold a charge, let's say, for 1 day. If I charge it with a fast charge, it will recharge faster. If I charge it with a shitty, slow cable, it will take me like 3 times longer to charge it. But when the phone is fully charged, it can still hold for, let's say, 1 day. You know what I mean? Yeah, it doesn't matter that the weapons have their own power requirements. So this weapon, your weapon capacitor with this weapon can hold 100 shots. Your the same capacitor with the other weapon can hold 50 shots. It doesn't matter. The amount of power you put to recharge that capacitor just affects the speed at which that capacitor will be recharged. There is no complexity in what they're doing, Solar. That's the whole point. There is zero complexity in this system. It's a dumbed down system compared to what we had. I was talking about all the drama and the leaks and the flight model, and then we somehow started talking about the power management. Knowing when to move your power triangle was so peak for skill development? No. It was an ape instinct you learned to do in first day and maybe just got better with it over time. It was boost weapons, boost weapons, boost weapons. Literally, people put it on macro and mastered it. Depending on their inputs on their sticks, the that capacitor would change. And I'm talking about really good players back in the day. Well, yeah. Obviously, there are people who don't touch it, of course. Like, you're talking about, like, the bottom feeders who don't, like, do properly PvP. Like Cornholio, for example, who never touched his capacitor. Right? Yeah, exactly. Don't even need a macro, just max it out. It was like, when you're firing, you're recharging the boost. When you're making a pass and flying, you're recharging the guns. There is, guys, like, oh, oh my god. There is, it's not a skill. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to, it is, I don't know how to say it, guys. Like, I don't know how you don't understand. Oh. Sorry. I'm probably being too aggressive and just, I don't know. I do not know how to explain it anymore. Yeah, I'm having a great time, KEKW. Yeah. Well, honestly, I prefer max everything instead of jerking 2 more buttons while I dogfight. I'm not gonna lie. I never felt that was something interesting to do. I'm sorry. It was boring and it was annoying, and that's about it. It didn't require, like, there was almost never any kind of advanced strategies to using power triangle. Like, yeah, you could probably come up right now with one certain scenario that is like 0.001% that doing something different with the power triangle back in the day would, like, change an outcome. But do you understand? That means the system is 99.9% useless. right? Again, there should be a power plant that feeds the capacitor of the ship. I'm talking right now about small ship, like let's say up to cutlass size, okay? Up to a cutlass size. Like maybe the system should get more complicated the more we grow in size of the ships, right? And getting closer to capital ships and all that. Should be a power plant. It feeds the capacitor. Power plant as an output, like let's say it's healthy, it's not damaged, it's not distorted, like we now remove all that logic, that's other thing. A certain power plant has an ability to produce a certain amount of whatever kilowatts, gigawatts, megawatts, I don't know, per second, per hour, and charge the capacitor. Capacitor is your pretty much energy pool, like mana pool, right? Components are connected in small ships, at least, to that capacitor. Every component, when it's online, it's idling. It takes a little bit of capacitor just for being online, you know, like your phone, like it eats your battery, but your screen is off and you're not doing anything. So it's like a tiny, like, idle usage, right? So that goes to every thruster in the system, every gun in the system, your like radar, your I don't know, cockpit, your HUD, your missile, if they're active missile, what you call them, rails, whatever, right? So every component that is being actively used will obviously have a different a power need. So when you start firing your guns, that power consumption by idling gun instantly, like, exponentially increases, and it all drains the main capacitor. So at some point, whenever you start actively fighting, aka using your guns, using your boost, using your shield recharges and all that, you start draining the battery because you're consuming more power than your power plant can generate, right? And whenever your capacitor runs completely out, only then a power triangle or power pips or whatever you call them start to work. What I mean by this, when your capacitor is completely empty, you have a certain prioritization done in your computer of the ship computer, right? Will it look like power pips look like right now, or in any other way? It doesn't matter. But for example, as I said already, your engines have a top one priority, because probably you don't want to lose control of the ship no matter what happens. So whenever your capacitor completely runs out, that priorities kick in. So your engines will first and foremost take directly from the power plant, I mean, not directly, through the empty battery. They will take first and foremost all the power that goes in every second into the empty battery from the power plant. They will take the first priority so you don't, like, lose the control of the ship. If on top of that there is any other power left, it will be distributed like by your set initially priorities. So it will either go into the shields, or it will either go into your guns, or like whatever else you need. And your power management is your input to the ship. If you overuse your guns, there is no need to fucking limit your shots. They're limited by your capacitor, right? Very simple. By your main capacitor in the ship. So if you overspend the guns, or if you overspend your boost, you're just draining your entire capacitor. It's not, yeah, it's not rocket science. Exactly. It's a simple core system that gives you an ability to set emergency priorities, that gives you an ability to do power management, not by clicking magic buttons like in a movie, but actually by your player-driven actions of what buttons you press, right? It does everything it has to do, and it doesn't put artificial limitations just taken out of there like as by a random developer who created a ship. Right? It's very simple. It's very simple yet effective. And CAG still cannot crack this code for many, many years. I mean, not gonna lie, they have that code cracked. They just abandoned it. In Elite Dangerous, you have full control over module power priorities. If total power consumption is over power generated by power plant, components are shut down according to priorities. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I honestly didn't play Elite Dangerous. I like too much. Like, I played it for less than a month. I never got into all of that stuff. But yeah, you make capacitor pool for the ship. It can use whatever it wants at whatever, you know, result it wants, to whatever extent it wants. But if you're out, you're out. Then priorities kick in. Shit will get shut down. Very simple. Why are we like 10, 15 years in and we don't have this? Like, I just don't understand it. I simply don't understand it. Why are we still like trying to create systems that are logical, confusing, and stupid in the first place? I'm sorry, I don't want to offend anyone, but I'm just kind of done. I'm done, like, with that's why we are like talking about it. I'm done with CAG being so worried about leaking a flight model, but not worried about these questions. Sorry. I really went off on that and started like screaming and all that. I just not anymore. Let me get a coffee and we'll see what else A1 has to say. Be right back. I was still way more calm about it than Salty Mike would be about someone asking what his favorite color is or something else minuscule. No, I don't think I'm calm. I'm actually like overextending, not gonna lie. No, it's I'm too passionate about this project. I am just too passionate about this project, and I can see what it can be, and I see that Star Citizen is just not becoming what like kind of beauty and complexity it can become, and like unique a game it can be. And I see like CG struggling to like embrace it, and they are not coming up with the like good decisions that would like create this absolutely solid systemical core for the game for like years to come in future, right? SC will be like PlanetSide 2 unique, loyal player base, but always lamenting how good it could be if they just, yep. Because they never just do that. Like I got so over emotional just now, my head literally started hurting. It's crazy. Oh my god. Bro, oh, my head is actually pounding. Oh man, I'm becoming old. That's what you know, you're becoming old. You rant about CAG, and your head starts hurting. Crazy. Okay. No, I had no soda.
Moving forward as if they were like airplanes, okay? You'll see they bank into the turn because they're creating
we know this.
That is out of your ship, which means the most degrees per second to move the nose these guys doing, right? So in order to get your nose on target, I have to do exactly what this X-Wing is about to do, and that is bank himself to the right and turn his nose towards the target. Because if I just yaw onto the target, I won't do it as fast. This is how modern jet fighters work in atmosphere, but it is not how planes or how things, which we'll pull up here in a second. This right here is a very
okay. That's a BSG
left,
reference.
right, up or down. Right here where I can just turn around. These guys are moving. Since I am,
yeah, we all know that's
pretty
like,
much all.
I just don't like really comparing to like movies, because movie is a movie.
I'm gonna get if I up towards these.
All right,
the speed wall that is here. Plot armor. Here isn't ships and Star Citizen, the way they're tuned is so dramatically between ships while shooting on.
He's talking through basics.
Fights closer to be more cinematic, like what you see. Testing 3 ships.
Yeah, we started watching here.
Around where is down, and I'm is gonna have to basically be pointing. If we keep like master modes, for better or for worse, was a more true to 6 Degrees of Freedom game than the game that we're currently moving towards. Rolling scissors, yeah. So a lot of these aerial movements that you see, like with actual airplanes, we're essentially moving to planes in space, 1 or 2 circle fights, because the guy that pulls his nose too steep in a turn fight. So imagine this, right? Imagine we have
stop what I see.
We and he starts turning like, and they want to engage each other. So they get into a turn like this, and they start turning like that. Other guy comes in like this, and he starts turning like that. And what ends up happening is, right? Does anyone see what this is? This is a 2-circle fight because we have 2 circles. Okay? What that means is once they pass each other, in order for a plane to stay airborne, I have to have a minimum forward speed. Okay? If I don't have that minimum forward speed, then what ends up happening is, then it becomes a question of like, I can get my nose around faster than plane number 2, right? Because my airframe is better, which means I'm going to get guns on like this. I'm going to get guns on sooner before he does. Now, if said guy decides, you know what, I'm just going to turn in regardless of my speed, I'm just going to take an aggressive turn here to get close to him, he's going to drop his speed like crazy, right? Until the point where he actually will drop it so low that he'll actually fall from the sky and hit the ground. Okay? So there's a minimum turn radius. Now, this new flight model we're going to has a minimum turn radius. But instead of just hitting the ground and going to...
You just lose speed.
...to 0, what you're doing is, because you have an egg-shaped cone, you're just going to hit that lateral speed wall as you fight inside your little cone here.
Not Atmo, no.
As you turn your cone towards your enemy, you're going to bump across that speed wall.
Yeah.
Right? Are you guys starting to see what I'm saying? Are you starting to see what I'm explaining here?
Yeah, like, I always understood what he was trying to explain. But at this point, I don't know if it's bad. Yeah, I understand where he's getting, but the combat, like, I don't know if it's bad. Like, yeah, maybe it's not pure 6DOF, but we would never get a pure 6DOF and fun gameplay together. It's been proven. We're just not gonna get it. Everyone just backstrafes, side strafes.
Right? Because that lateral speed wall is significantly lower. And if you turn your nose past 90 degrees, well, now that speed wall is behind you, and the shape of the space that you're playing in is so steep, and I say this, so steep, that the distance is only going to give you, they say, about 90 to 100 meters per second. So dogfights are going to go down to 90 to 100 meters per second at some points during these turns, right? Which is CIG's way of forcing fights closer together. But a smart pilot, somebody who's actually paying attention, is not going to put themselves in that position, right? If the guy wants to drop his speed, that's fine. If he wants to turn in like this and drop his speed to 0, that's fine. Then,
so, about dissecting without having his hands on it, he's just theory crafting, and a lot of things he say he's not wrong. So, I cannot blame him on that.
I'm just simply going to let him have that, and I'm going to pull around him like this, right? Because he's going to get his nose on me or whatever, but he's going to drop all his speed. At that point, I can get a wingman to come in at nice high speeds and engage this guy. And if he wants to now try to turn his nose towards him, I'm going to leave that engagement and I'm going to move to the next location, right? I'm going to hold.
Yeah, but I think we all know already that Star Citizen is going towards numbers versus skill. So that situation is inevitable. Like the thing, basically, the thing he's talking about here, that now, like when master modes came out, it became harder to disengage and numbers started mattering, because previously you can 1 versus 10, and it took an insane amount of practice. Almost no one ever did it. Like, there were only few orgs in the entire community who, including like one of them was ramming department, who had the time and our will to train themselves into proper merging practices. So separating them would be quite impossible, and catching up to players who try to separate you would be easier than to other opponents, to other players. But in general, CAG wasn't happy about this 1v10 scenario. I do understand them. I do understand them, because they are creating game not only for A1, Shadow Moses, ramming department, or whatever org you simp towards, to you just name it. Obviously, RAM is not a thing anymore. I'm just talking about it in the past tense, right? They're creating the game for general public. So what A1 is trying to tell here, without all this fancy drawings, he just explains what is like logic with this drawing. But basically he's telling that it's going to be even harder to go against uneven numbers with this flight model. I understand what he's trying to say here, though I think what CSG is trying to achieve, though, is different at this point. They're trying to a little bit tighten the ability of players to just do the backside strafe aim-centric fights, where you keep your opponent like at a certain distance and allow zero like knife fighting or positional fighting. You just like, all your positional fighting is to be in a position to always keep like your opponent in front of you, in your sights, and just utilize your, let's say, smaller cross section to dodge the shots, while they, let's say, cannot dodge the shots with the same guns because they have a bigger cross section, or maybe a little bit less maneuverability. Avenger 1 is very one-sided on his opinions, maybe. Again, I don't judge. Like, as I said before, there are like multiple flight schools, like 3-4 different flight schools that have been developed over the years. In Star Citizen community. I'm not here to judge any of those, because they usually like to point fingers at each other and say, you're fighting wrong, I'm fighting right, you're fighting dishonorable, I'm fighting honorable. You cannot even knife fight, and then you cannot even position fight. Oh, you can do this, you can do that, you cannot do this, you can... Like, I'm not here to do that. I honestly don't care. Like, you know what? I don't give a fuck on a flight model in general. I just don't. Like, I accept Star Citizen as a game that should bring us at some point much more than just the ego of flight model. So I don't get a heart attack when something gets changed in the flight model. But as you could see, just like 15 minutes ago, I do get a heart attack when there are bait designs in general. My head starts hurting, you know. I probably lost a few months of my lifespan just talking to you guys 15 minutes ago about that. That's what like triggers me. The core, not the tunings, not like 5 meters per second more or less. All of that doesn't matter. That could be all ironed out even after release. What I'm worried about is that the core fundamentals, the way they're designing them right now, including like power management and all that, are being just like the good ideas are being flushed down the toilet, and we end up with like power pips, you know? Could you repeat it for me? No, sorry, my head is still hurting. I'm not even kidding. I actually maybe need to get some ibuprofen or something. I got so like fucking emotional. It hurts. Physically hurts now.
My energy.
Give me a second, I missed some comments. The general public will be crushed either way. I played a 2-button fighting game called Dive Kick. Super simple, but casual players didn't study the bare minimum. They were demolished and abandoned the game. That just shows that people don't want to study even the simple things, of course. That's why I always say the mechanics, like, do not necessarily need to be tedious in their execution to be interesting. The core has to be good. It can be simple, but it has to be good. And then the player's execution is what makes you a good player. Legacy FM was too hard, boo-hoo. I think it's not about it being too hard. I think the biggest issue, Duncan, in the pre-MM model, it wasn't even trichords. I think like trichord was just a symptom. I think the biggest problem was the freedom it gave to a player. And that freedom led to, like, had consequences, right? It's I don't think that, like, trichording was really the biggest, like, downside of that flight model. No, not at all. I think your ability to effortlessly disengage compared to insane amount of skill that was required to catch up, even if possible. That was the biggest problem of the flight model, right?
An actual airplane. I'm going to hold my speed. I want to be above 200-300 meters per second, because if I'm taking turn fights inside these miniature little turn balls, then people that actually have speed can just fly in, take a pass on the turn ball, fly in, take a pass on the turn ball, and leave. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's another example I have.
It's kind of realistic. If you're outnumbered, you're kind of fucked. But, like, it's just a matter of how far we want to bring that into the game, right? that's what the wingmans are for, right? Just a matter of how far, like, it's always a matter of finding a balance between the skill and the numbers. And that is, like, I'm not gonna lie, guys, I don't envy CAG's position, right? Let's be real. It is so hard to find the right, like, you know, the G spot, you know. You guys, all of you keep looking for in your entire life and could never find, you know. It's so hard to find that G spot and strike the balance between numbers and skill. I'm gonna tell you this. With my experience in other online games and other projects, developers struggle to find that balance in a much more simplistic games. Much more simplistic games. So I don't envy them. But a good argument by Solar. It's hard to balance the game when you have mechanic developed one at a time. That's actually a good point. That brings me to the previous argument I was raging about the power management. Like, if you don't know how your power management would work, how can you balance out the flight system? Yeah. Simple as that. Yeah, that's it. Like, that shit has to be, like, that's the core level of the stuff, right? But with the new FM, I'm afraid even if you're Saint Nix, is Saint Nix good? I know, like, he's from SM, but again, I'm so far away from current PvP metas and people. I've no idea. Against equally skilled, but he is, yeah, okay. Yeah, I see him constantly in Discord, but again, like, I never see him, like, in PU, you know, and I don't follow, like, what's up going on in the PvP. I just stop. Like, it just doesn't entertain me anymore. Yeah, I guess the question is, do we try to scale this? What if it is, let's say, let's forget about 1v1 and 2v2. What if we say it's 10v10 or 10v20? How does that scale? Is it still, will it still be impossible to 10v20? Or at that point the balance will shift towards skill? Like, if we have a dogfighting fight, with a 10v20, and there are 10 Saint Nixes in a 10 team, and there are 20 average Joes on the other side, right? How the balance will shift then? Yeah, it's possible. You see, so because, like, then communication, focus fire, the 10 will win, and that's, I think that's a good answer. That's a good way to put it into perspective, right? Because you just, I think the community have been focused for a very long time on this 1v1s and 1v2s and whatever. Not on the new FM. Are you sure though? Because you never tried it. I never tried it. There was never a 10v20. We can only just like speculate. It would be a nightmare to avoid the turret fire from an Idris, for example. I'll open you up a secret. That's the whole point. I'm sorry, but that's the whole point. You should be shit scared to get to any ship with PDCs and active manned turrets. That's literally the whole point. I love to see that. Yeah, I think there'll be probably more iterations of this test. CEG is freaking out on all these leaks, and they are now blaming players and threatening with like, oh, it's now gonna be harder. All I gotta say, like literally, all I gotta say, first of all, why are you doing these threats and doing all that if you are an open development company? In general, that's your motto, KEGW. Second of all, you don't want the leaks? Pay money to people. Pay money to people. You've been abusing the free slave workforce that actually paying you to test for so many years. Hire players as a consultant. Yeah, instead of building a screening room for like probably $500,000 or $1 million of dollars, why don't you, besides signing up an NDA, why don't you make a working group that you actually temporarily pay to do certain things? Like on a what you call it? Maybe on remote. How much was the screening room? No one knows this price, but I would estimate it like, well, like absolutely 100%. If you take, oh, we discussed that a lot back in the day when that shit showed up. But like it's at least $500,000. It's probably over $1 million. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, like a QA temporary paid group. Yeah, whatever. Like then people have consequences for leaking, right? The amount of hypocrisy in all of this drama is insane. Yeah, that's what I said, 1 to 2 million. That's what I said. Initially, like people started telling me that room costed them $50K. I just flipped them off instantly. Like I have a history in interior design, in stage design, like outside stage design, in stage design, like news studios and all that. I have also a very long history, many years in VFX. I know what screening rooms are. Like when people started telling me it's 50K or like up to like 100K, just like, bruh. Look what Wild posted on Discord. Where? Give me a second. Yeah, very good one. I'll pull that up. Give me a second. I'll copy the link. Oh, you already did. Never mind. Give me a sec. Yeah. I have a favorite restaurant that you have a favorite restaurant that you've dined for many years now. You love it because they serve high quality food and and are staffed by people who care about making the experience of eating at the restaurant good. One day you notice a new item on the menu, slop. What this for, you ask the waiter. It's for the pigs. Pigs eat slop. Over time, a second flavor of slop shows up on the menu, then the third one. Then you notice that some of the old menu items you used to love now come in with a non-optional side of slop. All menu items are now designed with the pigs in mind, on the chance that one of them might try their hand at a human food. The quality and preparation of human food that's left on the menu also starts to degrade. When you ask the restaurant staff about if they inform you that they no longer have the resources to make sure the human food is prepared correctly. They're too busy making slop. You notice that some of the restaurant patrons that you've become good friends with have stopped showing up. You stop showing up. You are upset with the direction the restaurant is taking and post about it on social media. You get two types of replies. First, I'm a pig and I eat slop. Second, the restaurant is doing so well and has so many patrons. How can you be upset? Getting more customers into the restaurant has to be a good thing. The second comment is particularly frustrating because it naively assumes that the entire restaurant clientele wants the same things, but you don't want 5 different flavors of slop. You want human food that is prepared by people who are passionate about the food and who care about the experience of dining at the restaurant being a good one. It's something you used to be able to get here, but cannot anymore. You don't care if there is more pigs eating at the restaurant now. You like things just fine when there were no pigs, and contrary to this sentiment, things have gotten worse for you as the restaurant has grown, not better. Exactly. It's quite close. it's quite close to the feeling, to the feeling. Yeah, that was a very good link. It really sounds familiar now. I understand Yogi. He's so sassy about it because it was his like attempt to actually change things and like involve players more. And because he's not the main guy there, he will like everyone will feel the consequences of it, right? But I think, like, I don't think you can blame players. I don't know. It just feels weird. All of this secrecy feels weird. All of this, after all the years, like, I just don't know anymore. I just don't know anymore. He's just upset that now it's gonna get harder. Yeah. Anyways, let's continue.
That actually will make you laugh. And this happens in nature. This is a very okay, so what a bait ball is when a large school of fish get together and they start to swim together. Okay, they get basically hounded. Actually, we're gonna get a better resolution one because this is way too low resolution. We need something. We'll just have Bon Air. Here's a bait ball. And I use a school of fish for an example because that's a lot of times what the intelligence level of the SC community seems to be like these days.
Ooh.
Okay, they're just sitting there, but they're not moving. Where is one with sharks attacking it? Low resolution again, but whatever.
Yogi needs to be let go or go back to audio. I disagree. Sorry. I don't think you understand the entirety of the situation he's in. And how decisions are made in that company. I just don't know how much I can talk about certain things. That's why I'm keeping quiet. But I'll just say that I disagree with what you said about Yogi.
Man, I had such a great example yesterday. Damn. Example I'm talking about. Here we have a big bait ball. Okay, a lot of fish just flying around here. Now, I want you guys to imagine something, okay? These fish have a maximum top speed. Look at how fast they're swimming. They can't really get faster than what they're flying here, okay? Which means their flight model allows them to only go...
A swim model. It's a swim model.
half a meter per second this direction. Okay, they have high turn rates because they can spin around, but you'll notice these big sharks have a much higher top speed, so they can basically orbit the bait ball until they find something they like, and they can just dive in and go yoink. See here, yoink, got them. See, these guys are only moving at a certain speed, So everyone else is moving outside of their engagement zone until they jump in and grab them. Okay? You see them here diving in, grab, and leaving. These guys are only moving so fast. Okay? So what's happening is if you're turning past 90 degrees at any point, your speed will drop to basically like this school of fish. Okay? And anybody orbiting outside of you is going to be able to basically dive in at any point, yoink, get a kill and move away. This, like, I know the fish example is kind of funny, but this is literally what is happening with the new flight model. None of these fish are moving in the reverse direction because they can't move in the reverse direction because they can only fly forward at that.
But if they move in the reverse direction, you will constantly get the back strafing, side strafing mana. So it's just a matter of what is worse. Very simple. He was very good at audio in Elite Dangerous. I think he's a good dev, just not good enough for the flight model. I don't know. I just don't know how much I can talk about that subject, bro. I would say like this. If you would know the amount of time he is actually allowed to spend on the flight model and how much times he gets distracted, you would change your mind. That's all I can say. That's literally all I can say. I don't want to continue this subject discussing Yogi. It's non-ethical for me to do. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to end it here about talking specifically about a certain person inside of the company.
Speed. A fish can't swim backwards at effective speeds. So what we're moving to in Star Citizen is essentially planes in space in WD-40 or water.
Bro works on a fam like a gamer with 65 kids and 14 wives. Yeah. And unfortunately, that's not his choice. So that's it, guys. That's it. I just don't know. I don't want to discuss a person I respect. I know IRL. I've talked to personally and all that. I just don't want to do it. It's a matter of respect. Also, I don't know if I already stepped over the line by even saying this. I just don't want to do it.
Okay? Because I can't move in the reverse direction. Right? See how these guys right here? See how these guys come in and turn wide over here? They come in, snatch, and they turn wide. Yoink, and they turn wide. Because if they turn any harder, they're going to drop their speed and come back in. Are you guys starting to see what I'm saying here? This is what we're moving to. This is what CIG has.
Yes. This what Church said. Exactly. Literally what Church said. That, just read that.
Has been trying to cook for however long, right? And this can be effective and it can be fun, but you guys have to understand that we are moving to planes in space. I want you guys to understand that. The idea of a 6 Degrees of Freedom game is going to die with this next iteration. We are going to planes in space. That's what we are going to. Okay? If that's what you guys...
That's why I said, if we look at my picture and at my logic, I always imagined a certain level of STM speed bubble that will retain like a bubble form. And only after breaching that bubble, you would have like the counter force that will bring you down, but that bubble has to be enough to do like certain amount of combat.
Want, and that's what you guys feel feels good, that's fine. I mean, there's lots of games like so there's lots of games like, for example, Star Wars X-Wing. So if we look at X-Wing VM, so let's
from what I know, the sides in the test were in a Gladius 7Gs without boost, all directions.
take a look at this, right? So let's take a look at X-Wing VM, right? So here's the, where is it here? So here's the X-Wing, right? Now, X-Wing is 3 degrees of freedom. It's basically the flight model that we're going to, but without the lateral up-down strafe directions, okay? So in the next flight model, it's going to be like X-Wing, except for I'm going to be able to move left, right, up, down within a certain limited space, right? So if I were to take this screenshot, so let's take a screenshot and let's draw it out. All right, let's take this screenshot and let's draw it out. Actually, we'll get a little bit better of a screenshot where we're a little closer to a TIE fighter here. So let's go for this example here. So this TIE fighter here, he's going to get a shot. So let's get... Okay. So let's take a screenshot there. So I want to bring you guys back from the edge. Don't freak out. I'm going to bring you...
Slow ramp up acceleration to max velocity. Are you talking the ramp up like of like the jerk? Has to do nothing with max velocity. I don't think the jerk profiles are too heavy right now. No, 0 to max. You gotta like, you're talking about the acceleration or the maximum velocity? You already had a good example of a SC model, which was HunterNet. No, sorry, Vection. HunterNet will remain HunterNet. There are like 6 to 9 people who enjoy flying in HunterNet, and everyone else just don't want to do that. No one wants like Counter-Strike in space. Well, at least the majority don't want to. Yeah, that's why I also have another idea for Star Citizen, which they probably will never implement. Like, it just, I just have all the ideas for Star Citizen. If I was Chris Roberts, we probably would be already playing a finished game. Just kidding. Excuse me. There we go. Okay. Apparently I cannot do that. This is, what's the size of letters? Okay. Might be too big. So this is let's just call it jerk in general. By jerk, I mean the time value it takes for an engine to go from 0 to 100 thrust. Okay. And this one might need a longer thing. This one we will call absolute thrust value. Man, Moist Noodle would love this chart because we have an absolute thrust value and jerk. That's good. That's good, okay? So we have two of these things, and then we have a curve. Can I draw a curve here? No? Wait, why it's oh, there we go. It's obviously this is drawn like out of the as, so so what does this mean? You have a ship. Ship has its mass, right? In gravity is going to be weight, but in space it is mass, right? The ship has thrusters. Those thrusters produce force, right? That affects the ship, and the ship gains momentum. Like those thrusters give the ships like a delta V, right? And it produces pretty much force that pushes the ship whatever direction the thrusters are firing. I mean, counter that direction, right? So main thrusters are obviously stronger. Maneuvering thrusters are obviously weaker because it's many of them. They have to rotate the ship, blah, 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 and do the strafes and yada, 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 right? The bigger the mass of the ship is, the more powerful the thrusters have to be. Like, fucking logical, right? So you get any kind of decent accelerations, because if you will use the thrusters from an arrow to push an Idris, then you will wait for hours for it to gain like 10 meters per second, you know, or something, right? Obvious. So this little chart, this little curve represents the logic at which the jerk profile directly depends on an absolute thrust value an engine can output. In other words, so I'm not talking about, like, just to make it clear, I am not talking here about the acceleration value, which is commonly used as G's, right? For a ship to gain acceleration and G's in general, that engine has to provide an X amount of thrust, which is it's not a relative value, it's an absolute value, right? A certain amount of force to push the mass of the ship. So the bigger the ship is, the bigger the mass of the ship is, that absolute force or thrust value have to grow to be able to move the ship like a certain amount of logical, whatever, like game related, adequate, acceptable acceleration, right? So the whole idea for this is to make the jerk profile heavier the more the absolute thrust value is. So if we have an arrow right here, we have an arrow right here, right? And then we have an address right here, right? We have an address right here. And let's say this, again, values here that I currently talk about are absolutely pulled out of my ass. Don't like think that I am saying them to be exactly what I state them right now. I'm just talking about the principle. So bro, why it's just be white. Please stop being red. Jesus Christ. Thank you. So this is, let's say, 0.5. Again, out of my ass, guys. Don't really like get triggered by the values, okay? This is 10 seconds. So what this means is when you hit the throttle on your arrow and your arrow has an X amount of absolute like force thrust value on its mains, it would be like whoop, and you're full thrust. Yeah. When you do like pilot, full speed ahead, aye aye captain, whoop, and it goes like boom, captain, full speed ahead, and it's like 10 seconds, right? And it's like it builds up. Again, I'm not saying that's the right values, right? I'm not saying that's how it should be, like 10 seconds and 0.5 seconds, right? But it's the logic. Obviously, if arrow's main is 0.5 seconds compared to how small the maneuvering thrusters are, they probably would be like 0.1 second response time, right? So a lot of things will matter. Like things like how many maneuverable thrusters the ship has. it could be also another way to like balance the ships and make the like balancing like deeper. Like this ship is on paper, like the ship on paper can pull like more lateral G's, let's say, but it has like maybe less maneuvering thrusters, so they have, and it has a little bit more mass to it, so those thrusters have to be more powerful. So while on paper it has like, let's say, a bit more lateral G's, the way they respond is slower. And then you put everything in between. Like, Hornet is heavier, while it may perform in a certain ways, it will be like slower to respond, you know? It opens like so many possibilities. And the core logic, and the thing is, so the higher jerk should have lower time to max thrust. There's always that one guy that would come in and say like, actually, yeah, that's what I mean. Obviously, it doesn't fucking matter. You know what I mean, right? Jerk. Okay, I'll fix it. I'll fix it, Albert. Give me a second. I'm sorry. I'm not a PvPer, so yeah. Jerk time to 100%, if that makes sense. If that makes sense better, right? So, yeah. If that what you say is correct, it's time it takes to reach like and then yeah, and then I did everything wrong. So here, sorry, 10 seconds. Here 0.5 seconds. Right, this is wrong. This is wrong. I don't know. He has this amount of absolute thrust, and then Idris have this amount of absolute thrust value. You know, like that. Right? Doesn't matter, right? So yeah. No, they're not both the time readings. Sorry. Yeah, I just, because I'm like trying to pull it out of my head or out of my ass. So I drew it absolutely wrong. Right, there we go. No, that's the whole point. I'm not talking about the G's. No, jerk isn't G, like whatever. I'm talking about the amount of thrust, like energy, right? A force an engine can produce, and G's is just that force combined with the mass, right? Yeah, thrust is also generating the G's, but that's the force of that thrust combined with the mass of the object you're applying that force to. So like G's are your like final the result of the equation, right? That's like another thing they could look at. And I think like they're afraid to do that. They don't want like delays and all that. And I think it's really like bad to ignore this. They're adding a jerk, but like it's like a generic jerk. I don't think they will ever expand that jerk into like, you know, like seconds, right? Like as I said, like Idris would take like 5 or 10 seconds to get to the maximum like engine potential, right? I think the only way CAG is looking at the jerk profile is just to lower the pip wiggling, and that's all their goal is. It like just like fixing the shallow current flight model issues, right? I'm talking about much wider picture, what things can be like interesting. You can have this like, you know, scale of bigger ships, like how fast they get, you know, to into like motion and all that. It actually will add up, you know, this like feeling of a bigger ship. And I think it could be cool, but I just don't believe I just don't believe in CAG in this regard. Right. Yeah, that was I don't know why I started this. Someone said something about the jerk, and I kind of decided to comment on it. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, if you're a big ship, you cannot just like start instantly getting your G's in like less than a second, right? And then it could be all of that, like, you know. So basically the logic would be the more engines you have on a ship, the smaller their individual thrust value could be, because you have multiple. If you have like a one main engine, it has to like push the entire ship forward. So then you have the ship with the same mass, but it has like 4 engines. So like, to gain the same acceleration, you just divide that thrust by 4, and then it has absolutely different jerk profile, and it could be interesting like to like balance it out. And the good thing in that this entire curve, it's a systemic approach that goes through the entire game. You can just tweak this curve, and the entire game can feel different. You don't need to go through 200 ships and manually change every single ship with every single jerk profile to achieve a certain goal, right? Well, that's basically what it is. It can be the ratio of engine size to mass, yeah, but that's what it is. Look, by engine size, I mean how much thrust it produces, right? If that's what you mean, but that's pretty much it, right? Yeah. Why we were talking about it, I already forgot, guys. Sorry. Nerve said part of the issue is the nonsensical mass and thrust values across basically all ships. They need a full refactor to end up making sense systemically, but I totally agree with that, because every ship is built by a dude who doesn't know what this game is about and what the other dude is doing. Absolutely correct statement, Nerve. I think, though, they will have to refactor all of that at some point, because they said we're going towards engineering that will bring in armor and all of that, and that materials will have weight, etc., 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 or mass. I guess they will end up doing that anyway. Oh, it was the Vaction who commented ramp up, if done incorrectly, would kill the dodge ability. You can use it a bit, but for like 0.1 seconds. And that, when Vaction said that, I started drawing this, yeah. So like a maneuvering thruster for an arrow could fire up at 0.1 second, but like its main is already 0.5 seconds. And like Idris main is 10 seconds, while Idris maneuvering thrusters are like 2 seconds, let's say, or something like that, you know? you should start podcasting with callers and remove Salty Mike from the market and all that. Yeah, the game in our imagination is pretty cool, not Glyman.
You guys back from the edge here. And we're going to talk about what is going on with this example. So if I go here, desktop, close that out, don't save.
Get an MS
Drag that
Paint
in
sponsorship,
here. Okay,
yeah.
so here's our X-Wing. So with master modes, or not master modes, with master modes, it depends, right? It's kind of the same, but with the new system, so let's draw a yellow one, right? I want you to imagine that there is an imaginary space like this, okay? Because remember, guys, in X-Wing, you're always coming from the center point, right? You're always coming from the center point. I can't strafe left, right, up, or down, okay? In the next flight model, we're going to be able to do that because we still have some lateral directions,
Yeah.
right? Now, you're going to be able to turn into corners, but if you turn into a corner, you're going to drift down to the bottom of your speed zone like this.
Yeah.
Okay, so your X-Wing actually would be sitting in this position here like this, because I can only strafe down 200 meters per second.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to bounce off that like that bottom speed ceiling.
Yeah.
And then
Until you turn
push
your
me
nose
towards the target, so I'm going to be able to go 400. Okay. Now, if he turns, let's say, up and to the left over here, okay, then what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to follow his movement. But again, we're following his movement like we're inside
the
cone.
tube. That cylinder.
Okay.
A1. That
We're
cylinder.
following his movement
A1. That is not
like
a
we're
cone.
inside a cone.
That's a cylinder.
All right. And what's going to happen is as you're following him, you're going to bump against this lateral left speed wall, and you're going to follow him through. Then you're going to bump against this right speed wall here, and then you're going to follow him through. You're going to bump against this speed wall, and then you're going to bump against that. So you're basically like a hockey player. You're going to be banging into the sides of these speed walls as you
Cylinder modes. Oh, that's a good name. Cylinder modes.
follow him through the movement system. All right? But if you decide to pull your nose too fast, let's say you try to get ahead of him, you try to pull your nose up here, you're gonna take that cone and you're gonna place it like this now.
Yeah.
Okay? And you're gonna hit that speed wall here before you hit it here.
Yeah.
Do you guys understand?
Well,
what
it's
I-
gonna help you chasing. Like, it's gonna, if you know he's turning like that, that will actually kill your to the right momentum, so you don't drift too much while chasing him. So it's like, it kind of actually helps you chase the guy.
I mean by this. But flight models like this exist in millions of games. I don't want this. Who wants this? Question mark. If we wanted this, we would go play those games. Did I watched Letterkenny, so I'm old as salt when it comes to hockey boys. Right? So if that
Yeah, you can
TIE fighter
oversteer to bleed
maintain-
speed, yeah. But that's not what he wants. Again, I am not trying to judge this play style or that play style right now. I have no intention of that. I'm just listening on his opinion. Like, I don't care what you guys think. Is it good or bad? I don't care either if it's good or bad. I'm just curious, like, to hear what his thoughts are about it, what he doesn't like about it, right?
maintains his speed, right? And decides to move away from me while staying inside his little cone here, right? He's going to keep his speed high. If I want to get ahead of him and I move farther than my maximum turn to angle ratio is, then what's going to happen is I'm going to drop my speed. I'm actually going to get farther behind the target, and he's going to be able to get away from me. right?
I don't really
This
understand why.
is-
If you're turning here, you're just cutting a corner while he goes still to the right. And then you're going to pre-turn, so you'll always have the ability to, like, accelerate towards his direction. I don't... It's just a matter of how accurate you are with your nose positioning at this point and how good you can predict someone.
is similar to what's known as what's called stalling in modern combat and flight games, right? Again, if we pull our nose too aggressively, we lose top speed.
Yeah.
Right. So if we pull up a DCS example, so let's do like, there's just to keep him banked still here. Okay. What that means is I'm gonna turn, right? See, here's the merge I was talking about. There he goes. So he's gonna turn. I'm gonna turn, and we're gonna have a maximum angle here. Okay. What that means is I can only turn my nose as fast as I can create energy forward. So there's a maximum turn rate. I'm going to keep him banked. So you see I've moved my wings lateral like this because I want to come from underneath and sling over and keep the lift underneath me as I move in, right? There I've got the nose on him. I now need to roll to the right to follow him up into this turn. There he rolls to the right. I want to put him inside the gun funnel like this. But you guys have to understand, this enemy target must move this direction, or this direction. He cannot move this direction. He can't. He physically cannot move that way because he has to go one of three ways this way. Okay? Because we're in atmosphere, we are not in space. So what Star Citizen has done is they've created an asymmetrical zone in which I can't really move backwards, because in order for me to create any speed that's viable enough to dogfight with, I have to be moving like I would an airplane, right? So this is an example here. He's going to roll off to the right here because he saw the shot. He's going to drop flares, and off we go again in another one circle fight. So in this situation here, I would have rolled 180 degrees and pulled up and basically leaded him here, because he's going to roll too late and take a shot, and he's not going to lead the shot correctly. Now he turns to the right and he failed the shot, right? If he had turned and again predicted he's going that direction, he's only going to go this way, I can now rotate 180 and pull up. I should have rotated way before this, because then I would have been much closer to him and got the shot. But that's just inexperience, right? So here he goes, following him in. But again, he can only go in the forward direction because he has to maintain lift. And in Star Citizen, you're not going to be able to, like, if I just decide to turn my nose around, essentially I would be stopping dead in space.
Yep.
Right? Like stopping dead in space. So in order for me to have any kind of longevity during a dogfight, I've now got to stay against my speed wall. And as long as I stay against my speed wall, it's going to create this kind of geometry, which is the nose to tail cinematic, planes in space. Like, I'm getting in there, I'm on his tail, I'm almost on him, I'm on him. Pull up, Maverick, pull up. You know what I mean? Because this geometry right here like this is only possible in an aerial dogfighting sense.
Yeah.
Because
only
in
when you have the
space,
mains.
I don't need to bank left or right because I don't need to create lift. I'm in space. But even the thruster design for the starships in Star Citizen in space perform like they would as if there was atmosphere. So you're still going to have to fly like how you're seeing in space.
Ooh.
And here we go. He overshoots because he's a rookie. And off he goes. Keeps his eye on him. Oh, this F-18 is just being completely goober here. Again, right? He's not predicting the movement here. He should be leading over, but he's not. He's taking shots away when he shouldn't. This guy is a rookie, man. Again, he should be moving to the right. Like, he should be moving hard to the right, but he's just not doing it, man. And now this F-18 is just giving it to him for free. Again, he's lost all his... See how much they've been turning? They've been turning. You see how much slower the combat is now? There, he finally gets him. Holy smokes, buddy. About time. Look at how fast the fight is here. Look at how fast the fight is here. Look at how fast the fight is here. Okay? And the reason for this is because they've been fighting for position this whole time, trying to get their nose onto one another, and each guy is losing speed because they're dropping lift. Okay? Now this is simulated, and I want to be very clear about this. This is simulated in Star Citizen with having asymmetrical shapes. Okay?
Yeah.
And the more aggressive that your asymmetrical shape is, then the more speed you lose as you start to pull your nose past that optimal turn angle. Does everybody understand what I'm saying? What we have, but that is not. We were sold a simulation game, but what we got was like a really shitty War Thunder crush. You can have fun playing some of the worst games in the world, but this argument is they're going into planes in space. They're going into less into the 6 degrees of freedom. They're constricting speeds like crazy, even more now than they even have in master modes. And we're going to get essentially a 3 degrees of freedom game, because you can't have a 6 degrees of freedom game on an Xbox controller. It's not possible. So, because you have to control up, down, left, right, roll, everything, reverse, forward. You need 6 axes just to control the ship, and then you also need to be able to shoot, manage shields, and do all this other stuff. Like, you just wouldn't be able to do it on an Xbox controller. And CIG wants to bring this game to consoles. They want to create this cinematic experience, and it's just not
Remember
possible.
how CR promised to not bother with consoles, guys? That the game will not be crippled in any way because of the consoles. Do you guys remember it? I remember.
With 6 degrees of freedom. It's just not.
Yeah, like, I don't know what's that about. Like, you have like 2 sticks in an Xbox controller that mimics 2 joysticks, right? So that's not a problem. You have 2 axes on the back, these buttons, right? That could be your pedals. And then you need 2 more buttons. That could be your rolls. And then you need 2 more buttons for forward and backward. That could be your upper back buttons that are just buttons. Not really necessary for them to be like analog. Yeah, and then the amount of other stuff is going to be terrible, though. Like the shoot buttons and all that stuff. Like, because we use so many buttons on the sticks. The controllers just don't have that amount of buttons, but now gamepads even come with back buttons, or a lot of, like, usually 4 buttons. Like 2 of them would be analog sliders, 2 of them will be just buttons.
Pigeon says, why don't we just play Star Wars Squadrons? I love Star Wars Squadrons. I thought the game was awesome. But Star Wars Squadrons isn't trying to be a sim space shooter. It's not trying to do anything in space. It always touted itself as planes. It's like, it's a plane game. but not. But yes, you know what I mean? And Star Wars Squadrons never tried to be something that it wasn't.
True.
And going into it, you kind of figured like, yeah, Star Wars Squadrons is what it is, right?
Yeah,
And Star
that's true.
Citizen, you know, Star Citizen is, you know, was supposed to be like a sim game. And there is a world where you can create atmospheric combat.
That was him. That
in
wasn't me.
atmosphere, and then fighter combat in space. We had that in the old model. Like, we literally had that. We had the best space combat game that's ever been made, and they could have kept working on that, and they just threw it away. They just threw it away, and now we have this.
Yeah, but like, I still think the problem with more experienced pilots calling it the best game model, the best flight model, is because they just enjoyed shitting on Bobs. They just enjoy the fact that they can run away even if they're fighting against 20 people without getting punished. There were no means to force them. And that's what everyone who was experienced in PvP would do. You're fighting 1 versus 10, and it doesn't matter how many people fight against you. You just keep running and 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 running until you find that moment where one dude is separated, and you go quickly kill him, and then you keep running and running and running and is that good? That's the thing. Is that good? Is that good for general gameplay? I don't think it is. That's the whole problem. I'm not saying what they're doing right now is good, but what I'm saying is that game didn't feel like kiting is meta in like every PvP game now. It's definitely not. Kiting to an extent is like based your like if by every PvP game you're talking about the Eve meta, when I at least played with you back in the day, of those degens who would like spend insane amount of money on the ships that would kite the plebs. Yeah, but that's like Eve, you know? There's so much more to Eve than that. Some sort of kiting is present in majority of the PvP games, but the opportunities for that kiting usually are limited. In old model, in Star Citizen, you would kite forever. You just, if you don't want to get killed, you will never get killed. So I understand his point though, but I just don't like have an opinion on it yet. I think only testing it and playing it will only by doing so you will understand if it's good or not. Like, I don't understand the theory he is like putting up. When you kite people, that means you like keep them at the safe distance for whatever purpose you need to. Yeah.
Is there now a disadvantage to taking a hard turn and getting slower? I don't fall to the ground in space, so I can shoot at the target and accelerate again after he overshoots. What's like an advantage to speed? Okay, so Chrono, why are interceptors the meta in the current build of Star Citizen Master Modes? Can anyone tell me why interceptors are the team, and I want to be very specific here, the team-based meta in Master Modes right now?
I can tell him, but I think his answer will be different. Let's listen. My answer is it's a fucking retardedly small cross section that should have never ever existed in any combat ship in this game that creates a borderline exploity experience with a hit registration, and at the you are not able to hit that ship from any reasonable distance. And then the team meta, because those ships have such a shitty DPS, they cannot kill anything on their own. That's my answer to that. It's borderline exploiting the shitty hit reg and absolutely small cross sections that should have never existed in the first place in this game.
Why are interceptors so dominant in team fights? Top speed, says Apollo. What else?
Actually, give me a second. He might not mean snubs like M50s, etc., etc., etc. He might be talking about ships like Buccaneers and all that have a bigger profile but still have an interceptor tuning. So I want to correct myself. I just realized that, right? Because when I just went salty about this, what I just did, in my head when he said interceptors, I instantly started thinking about like small shit like M50s. He actually might be talking about the proper interceptor tunings, interceptor ships, like you would like what they are, like Buccaneer, Avenger, and all that. And if he's talking about that, then it is because they can disengage better and then come in and strike back like a third party, right?
What else? Control of engagement distance. What else? Acceleration. Okay, so engagement size. So I can choose my time, I can choose my distance, and I can choose my speed. So I dictate, I control the fight.
And here is the problem. It's a main hero problem. Like a person, again, it's not against A1. It's about like, it's just a general mindset, right? The person wants to be like a main hero. They want to dictate this. They want to do this. Like, I control the speed. I control. And when I don't want to fight, I will not fight. And I'll just go away unpunished, right? It's a partial issue of this entire problem. I'm not saying it shouldn't be possible. It's just always a matter of extent. It is possible. It's like taking a fair fight is a bad strategy, exactly, but it's like the extent of those practices, how much it is possible. If it's possible for every player to disengage every time and not take a fight when they don't want to, then it's also bad gameplay. If you're always forced to take a fair fight or unfair fight, it's also bad gameplay, right? So you have to strike that balance where it's a matter of skill and ship balance, whether you can or cannot do that. F8 meta, lead, yes, that was so funny when F8 would maximum speed would be 1337.
In the interceptor, I control who gets hit first. I control who defends first. I control who dies first. I control who gets out first. Okay, I lose the ability to like, if I drop all my speed and start turning with a fighter, do you think a Buccaneer has a chance against an arrow in a short range turn fight? I'll let you guys in the chat answer that one. Do you think a Buccaneer has a chance in a duel 1v1 when the Buccaneers lost all its speed?
Should a Buccaneer have a chance in a 1v1 duel against an arrow? That's the question you have to ask first. Should a buccaneer have a chance in a duel against an arrow on a 1v1? Yes. Like, if the buccaneer has other things, if the buccaneer can do other things better than actual knife fighting in an arrow. No. Stop with this. Like, if you are skilled, bro, if you are skilled and the other player is AFK, I can take an Idris and an Aurora. It doesn't matter. Like, I'm talking about like, not if you're skilled, because if you're skilled argument is the thing that can ruin like entire balancing in any game. We're talking about like just like average thing. So if a buccaneer has other advantages over an arrow, like the maximum forward acceleration, the maximum like speed, right? Better armament and all that. An arrow is in general more nimble and can get a position on a buccaneer. Why a one-on-one duel just trying to knife fight each other? Why a buccaneer should have a chance? Right? Why a buccaneer should have a chance?
No.
But if a buccaneer is an interceptor who tries to catch up and gun someone down, or tries to boom and zoom and be a third party, then buccaneer should perform that role much better than an arrow, due to like more power potential, etc., right?
No. Why is that? Why wouldn't the buccaneer have a chance in a duel against something like a gladius or an arrow? Right, because when the buccaneer loses all its top speed, you then have a buccaneer that has very low lateral strafes, very poor jerk profile, very easy to hit, very easy to kill. Lots of reasons as to why a fighter would just absolutely destroy a buccaneer.
Yeah.
But the buccaneer is a dominant team fighter
because of the third party.
Chooses when it comes in and
exactly.
out of the fight, because it has the energy, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, you're saying like, oh, why not I just drop all my speed? Go ahead. If you're in a team fight and you just sit there spinning basically in place, you tell me how long you're going to last. Because I can tell you, if you guys have been watching my stream, you guys have been watching my videos, you know that the guy that's sitting there at low speed
is dead,
is asking to get just a bunch of interceptors diving on them. And that's it. Like, you're not going to be able to turn your nose fast enough to fight off the interceptors that are going to start diving you. It'll happen just like the example I showed you, where you have a bunch of piranhas diving into a ball of fish because the ball of fish just cannot swim fast enough. So faster animals will jump in there, yoink, grab you.
But then this system doesn't restrict buccaneer like getting out or in fast, right? It just, because it cripples the laterals and the back strafe, right? Buck will still be able, like theoretically, we don't know how the Buck will be in the new flight model, but Buck should still be able to go in fast, deal some damage, go out when it's getting, the moment it feels it's going to get targeted.
They'll attack you from your feet, they'll attack you behind you, and as soon as you turn around to try to engage the guy that dives on you, the next guy comes in, he starts shooting you. I mean, you guys watched me do it today to Virgil and Burks twice. Against the Buccaneers, we got him in the Buccaneers. We got him in the...
Well, didn't route of boost is the mana management, energy management. That's the whole other topic. That's the whole other topic. Weird flagged, but oh yeah, well, he had to mention it, I guess. Again, I'm here just to observe. I don't care, like, Bergs versus A1 versus Virgil. I don't care on all of that.
M50, and then we got him again in the 85X. All three of those ships had higher acceleration and top speeds, so I got to dictate the fight. And that's why team fighting is really powerful in these smaller interceptor ships, because they have the energy and control to do it, right? So, you know, it is what it is, guys.
Yeah, but again, the new flight model will not restrict your ability to go in and out on your own terms. It will restrict your ability to be drifting around the target when you're constantly turning your nose and you try to like side backstrafe on them. So I don't really understand this argument personally. Maybe I'm not advanced enough to get it, like not experienced enough, but for now it doesn't make, personally for me, a certain sense. It will restrict being able to return fire while kiting. I don't know if it's a bad thing though. I think it's a I think it's a good thing. Like, I don't want to like PvP community eating me up for saying this, but isn't that a good thing in general for the game, outside of everyone else's personal egos, like PvP egos? And I'm not pointing fingers at anyone, I'm talking absolutely in general.
It is now 5:30. I think we're done today's explanation and today's class. I will take this.
That was interesting to hear as a perspective. I honestly didn't realize I've spent 3 hours now talking about it with the Star Citizen background music kinda just playing. Again, I am not taking any freaking sides. I am just trying to see what people have to say. I'm extremely annoyed by the fact that this leaking is even a drama. It like shows again that CRG is focused on absolutely not what they should be focused at. Yeah. I don't know what to add to this. What is this? Nick's confirmed?
All right, sounds are off. Sounds are off, reminder.
Is it long?
Yeah, just 2 things to cover today.
25 minutes?
Star Citizen news stuff, basically.
All right, I'll do what Mike does to my videos.
A post about the Day of the Vara, which is Halloween in the Star Citizen universe, and we have a bunch of new skins. This is the image of, what is it, Saber skins? A Polaris skin and a Guardian.
I am not really interested in that.
All of the old helmets.
Not because I don't like
in my opinion.
Mike, because I don't care about their marketing campaigns.
50 of them would line up. One of them would get into the Gladius, and they would kill all 50 and get the mask in 2 seconds. So it was like a horrible event unless you didn't cheese it.
It was a best event if you wouldn't cheese it, Mike. I disagree with you. I know what he's talking about, and it was one of the best events CG ever did if you didn't cheese it. Especially hunting those who tried to cheese it. Oh, on Delamar. Oh, I remember that, bro. I remember when I went down from space to Delamar crater, followed up the lead on the guys who were doing that, and there was like 50 people in front of a Gladius that was ready to kill them, to cheese it, and I destroyed them all. Oh, that was so good.
If you did it properly, you earned a mask in like an incredibly difficult way.
Yeah, and that's why it felt good. I don't know, guys, if you even know what I'm talking about. Those of you who are what he is talking about, those of you who are sticking around with the project at least since 2020, I think it was a 2020 event, Halloween 2020. it was when you did the Vandal mask actually properly, it felt so rewarding. And then when they allowed to get next year these masks by just like farming boxes, it was like a spit in the face. And yeah.
Yeah. Detox did that, really? I don't think Detox would do that today. I think he would have done it legitimately today. But yeah, lots of people did it. And believe it or not, like, communities were built around it and stuff like that. It was pretty funny. And then there's a writing contest. Here's a better look at the skins. I regularly use the Polaris in the fleets that we run, like when we run the Worm or when we run Hathor, and I would love a cool looking paint. But I'm sorry, a regular looking Polaris with an orange stripe, like a pinstripe, a single pinstripe, I am not going to spend $22 on. I believe that's the price for the really large skins. Then they have like the packs for the green color things. What is the price of these skins? Let's see.
Such a low effort.
Yeah, if the Guardian's 11, yeah, it's 22. Look at it. In the picture, I can't even see any orange. The Guardian's the closest to like looking decent. Right? This was last year's, which I thought were hideous.
I honestly not interested in.
In addition, the ongoing tasks they're setting up.
Give me the Nyx content. That's the only thing you baited me with, Mike. And I want to see the Nyx.
Support was then added for NPCs to systematically target vehicles in combat.
Not interested.
Go well, but
more useless yapping. AI. Come on, where's the Nyx stuff?
It's attacks. We're going back to
AI features, more yapping from CAG that makes no sense. Not Mike's yapping, CAG's yapping.
They also continue to fix bugs and perform. We have facial animation progressed through new performances that were captured. Was there a special who played? Like, am I coping here? I think I am.
You're always coping, just like as I do, Mike. You're always coping. The only reason we keep doing this because we are coping, bro.
Character art. Access dashboard placement. No placement. What they'll do with them. For Hammerhead, focus was on implementing improvements made to the base corridor kit. Turret. Whew. It's
Miss Kalbi is now well into the white box phase. That's gonna be a big competition to all the cargo haulers. I'm actually interested to see how the mix, how the Halby will end up being. Спасибо.
Majority of the interior was implemented to required level, while adjustments are currently being made to the exterior mesh to meet the gate requirements. I mean, this really shouldn't be difficult. It's like, just make the hull A bigger this year. 4 unannounced vehicles also continue development through September. The first is approaching its Lot 0 review, and the third, a variant of popular recent release. What was a popular recent release?
What was a popular
a recent release that people...
release?
Oh, the Wolf.
Oh, Wolf?
I don't think it'll be a Guardians weren't that popular. Yeah, Wolf or Apollo. True.
QED Apollo.
Idris. It's an Idris. Fourth Pest Grey Box. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. North America finalizes RSI Apollo. We could just skip that because we already have it. RSI Perseus also passed early. Lot 0 early in this month, so we're going to see that very soon. We'll see that at CitizenCon. They'll walk us through it for sure and probably sell it to us. The white box phase officially kicked off with the Drake Kraken in the latter half of the month. Last month's pre-production phase led to numerous improvements and adjustments to navigation flow, interactions, and throughout the ship. Okay.
Laser Wolf? Maybe, yeah. Maybe. It was also bespoke guns, yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Thunder, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I can finally get excited. I can actually get excited. This is a ship that I would melt my entire hangar for store credit for if I could.
I'm thinking on melting my entire hangar for a Kraken. And I'm actually real. Like, I'm on mic with this one. I'm actually thinking about it. What do you think, guys? I want Perseus. The problem is, like, I cannot melt a lot of stuff. I need to make some calculations. If I can even reach the required amount to do that. But, well, the problem is when it's going to be out, it's going to be even more store credit I will have to spend on it. That's the issue. lose. On this, like on these ships, we're talking about big sums of money, right? It will go on price like 20%, you know, or something, or even more, 30%. That's going to be a very substantial increase. So I'm considering melting a lot of shit to try and get the Kraken. If I will rely on Nerve, if I will rely on Quartz to fly his Kraken, that means I will not be able to flip him off every time I want. I'll have to be respectful. Wait for 1.0 and earn it in game? Why would I do that? Imagine you're talking about Star Citizen as a game where you have to earn something and not buy everything with money. Bunton owes me a Kraken for the levy, by the way, but he will never do that. We all know that. Right?
Get it. This is the ship.
What's up, Bunton? Oh, you fired DD and killed something? Nice. Nice. Good shit. Good shit.
I always dreamed of using my org with. Always. Because it's literally a landing. It's like an aircraft carrier, right? It's perfect. And I would literally melt my entire account for it.
Yeah. I'm very much on this with Mike. The only thing I don't want to... the only thing I kind of want to have is also Perseus. Bro, I cannot even click shit here. I'm not gonna... Bruh. No, it's a battle report. Was it Nagelfar? Which one? Just for less than 5 billion, not even amazed. But hey, it's 57.9% of damage dealt. You know? Fucking bro. Flex. I hope the Levy is still alive though. Oh shit, why did I close that? Uh-oh.
This is the ship I always dreamed of using my org with. Always. Because it's literally a landing. It's like an aircraft carrier, right? It's perfect. And I would literally melt my entire account for it. And the reason I was not excited for it before is because they said pre-production. And they've done pre-production before to show stuff off at CitizenCon. That may still be the case here. But we'll see. Community is easy to ignore. Core gameplay. All right. Very small core gameplay, probably because they're showing a bunch of shit at CitizenCon. As a part of the ongoing medical improvements, the team supported both take and place animations. Oh, on the inside of the ship, probably. Tiered medbed ranges. So none of this stuff we already know. That's old. For engineering, the team continued iterating on playtest feedback and hardening the feature ahead of wider scale testing. The vehicle command module featured continued through its pre-production phase. That's for the Kraken, or for the Ironclad and Caterpillar. So additional debug tooling revealed various issues with the underlying docking system, prompting an effort to fix critical flow issues. Wow, maybe the Starfarer will work. That's crazy. Flight gameplay also progressed through December. AI can now correctly utilize control surfaces in atmosphere. Annunciators are no longer required to be attached to the dashboard to be functional, allowing for more flexibility in cockpit design. The team also prepared for focus testing of the improved flight model. The ongoing inventory rework. This is actually a huge deal, by the way. The idea that Chris, this was 100% a Chris thing, that they finally fought him on and he lost and he gave up, was he wanted everything to be like Wing Commander, where you had these huge dashboards. Annunciators are the little icons that say you're being locked on, you're being targeted, you're being hit, your shields are down. It's the little icons that say that. So that was definitely something that Chris said. Ongoing inventory rework progressed through the implementation of equipment and equipped item slots. Further functionality was added to the paper UI and search bar. Team also exposed controls to help define rules for proximity looting. We'll see this at CitizenCon for sure. I'm sure I'll get mad at this section. The economy team began the month exploring how to make players' impact on freelancing commodity trading more.
Sorry. That's all I got. It's just everything about economy makes me laugh. You know, sorry, Bandon. Like, I'm just shitting on CG as always. You know what the economy team had to begin the months of exploring how to make players' impact on freelancing, commodity trading? In 2015, around that. Who is the economy team even? I don't even know. They're probably like afraid people will find them IRL.
Impactful and longer lasting. You make it a player-driven economy.
Yeah.
You just make a player-driven economy, dude.
Yeah. You just make a player-driven economy. Exactly. You just make a player-driven economy. You know what? You know what, guys? They just need to take Bunton and put him on the economy team. Simple as that. Take Bunton and put him on the economy team. Problem solved. One person in CAG, at least, that knows what is a player-driven economy. No, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. That's the one person in CAG that at least not one person I know of in CAG that is capable to comprehend how a player-driven economy works in a sandbox MMO game. 2x rank bonus, go, go, go.
Like, what the hell? In the process, they adjusted offer and demand at some locations while turning profits to fit the current level of the economy.
In the process, they adjusted offer and demand at some locations while tuning profits to fit the current level of the economy. So, with all the respect, just think about this sentence that Mike just read. They're manually adjusting the value in the outposts. We're still not even talking about creating a systemic approach to any of that. They went in and tweaked few values, what we've been asking them to do like for the past X amount of time, maybe years. You understand what's going on here, guys?
So keep an eye out for buy and sell prices, because this has been my complaint, is risk versus reward doing commodity trading does not make...
I'm not gonna lie. I'm happy they're doing that. This is like better than nothing. Like, if they will manually create certain hotspots, certain jump tower Jump Town-esque experiences, it is good. It is good. We will have like piracy back going. We can like do the trades ourselves, like create protection. That's good. Like, don't get me wrong. This is a good effort. It's just the fact that we're still in this state, it's crazy.
Makes sense versus cargo hauling missions. So they might have tuned up some hauls. So piracy might be back on the menu. Teams then evaluated the data on the drop rates of some rare items and made them more prevalent. Tell you what, 3 worms yesterday, 0 AAA pearls. Maybe the 3rd worm, I don't know, actually, because I left before they finished. The cargo manifest, so 1. All right, yeah, you got 1 on the last worm. Cool. The cargo manifests found in spawn ships were also redesigned, so the value doesn't undermine the intended gameplay for certain missions. Okay, that's worth taking a look at as well. So bounty missions and the cargo on them. What will be there? Mission design, ASD facilities, bounty missions. Mission worked alongside engineering to solve long-standing issues with spawn closets and made more fixes to mission generation systems. You have not fixed spawn closets, by the way. It's still ridiculous. Narrative. They're focused on tasks to close out the rest of the year strongly. Crafting scripts that will add... Oh, they're focused on just crafting scripts. You can't say the word crafting around me, okay? Without me thinking it is crafting. So there's a new Kovalex mission representative. So we're going to have a Kovalex guy talking to us when we're doing cargo missions. Vendors and customers to the game, mission text, and initiatives for next year. So more narrative next year. Online tech. I have no idea what this. Heap and Lavarel. Panic Web. I have no idea what that is. Nope. None of that stuff makes any sense other than more item recovery and blueprint stuff. R&D. Engine code. VFX. ASD. And Apollo. And then upcoming vehicles. So that was the monthly report, it looks like. Positives. They want to make freelancing commodity trading more impactful. Whether they'll achieve that, I don't think they can with the way the game is. Possibly Nyx. Like, I think that's the top one. I think Nyx might be here by the end of the year, or they're attempting to, by what they're saying here, which is wild. But it definitely could be.
I literally opened this video because he baited me with a fucking clickbait thumbnail that said Nyx.
A thing here, or possibly Nyx. Like, I think that's the top one. I think Nyx might be here by the end of the year, or they're attempting to, by what they're saying here, which...
What they're saying here? What they're saying here? Explain to me, Mike. I don't understand. I stopped, like, decoding CAG cryptography long time ago. I just don't care about it anymore. Like, explain to me, where do you see Nyx here?
Which is wild. But it definitely could be a thing. I'm trying to think of like other stuff that's exciting. I mean, for me, the Miscall B. We know the name of the new creature, the Yormandi, and then maybe NPCs using rocket launchers, but I think that is going to be a behavior that we do not enjoy, and not one that we do. I think that is going to be worse than dealing with turrets. And yeah, so interesting. That is the news for this week, or for today. But yeah, basically for this week, everything happened this week. Today, we still don't have an Evo update. It has soul crushed multiple times, but they said it's worth the wait. Do you believe them? I don't know. We'll have to see. I'll update you guys on that when it drops.
Got clickbaited by Nyx in a thumbnail. No info. Never going to watch ever again. Content creators ruin our games! Exclamation mark. Jesus Christ. Just kidding. He knows I love him.
Get some jousting action in here.
What is this? An update available? Update for what? For fucking launcher? Get fucked. It's time to say, oh my god, it's almost... I dodged playing the game for 3.5 hours. Oh, I must. I can call the stream already. That's crazy. Perfect. Perfect. Ooh, that's an awful shard. That's a crazy low pop shard. It's like 70 people. Is that Europe? Yeah, that's Europe. I cannot properly log out. Like, how long is this will go on? This interactions, everything being so broken. I'll just join on someone. Let me see. That's good. Good enough. My head stopped hurting. So you can start asking me more questions than trigger me. Maybe because I have food? I don't know.
Welcome to Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
Kirsten Darcy. Perfect. I had a Red Bull before I started the stream. All right. Yeah, that was a nice nice renting. I like how since it changed, how long it was, like a year. We still don't have a new sound for Mantis. That's kind of crazy. Well, now we wait, boys. Now we wait. I'm not gonna be doing this for long, maybe like for an hour. We'll see. Not playing SC today was the best content. So many talking. So much talking. If theory crafting. Love it. All right. Anyone will hop in as a support for me, or I mean, I can do it solo, but if you guys are in the mood, hop in. I wouldn't mind having someone on my side. It's a tough life with a solo Mantis nowadays. Yeah, toss me an invite. Jump in, bro. Remember the day you played only Hyper Vanguard Force? I don't think I played only Hyper Vanguard Force, but yeah. Yeah, all good. Winner, obviously. All good. Alright. It's interesting that two-faced shields absolutely went away from the game. It doesn't seem that they're coming back. We're like just like a solo shield now, like a single shield or a quadrant one. I just looked at the Mantis shield representation, but thought about it. I don't even know, like, if I like the fact that there are like multiple shield faces. I guess it's cool. It's just like, at least for now, without engineering and all that. We'll see how it goes with engineering. Yeah, like shield emitters and all that stuff. Yeah, I think like having a single shield pool and then have shield emitters that can go down. That would be more interesting. Oof. After so much verbal activity, commenting on all the drama and all that stuff, when you sit silent, looking at the void in a mantis, feels a little bit awkward, not gonna lie. The most thing I'm curious about now after watching like the Mike's video, like here is my train of thoughts, guys. I know that CAG's what's the name for it? Economy team, whoever that is, I don't know who that is, are actually concerned on commodity trading versus cargo hauling problem, right? I know it is a fact. But my argument always was them being concerned and them not acting, and them acting on that concern is two very different things, right? Now, after watching Mike's video and reading the fact that they changed certain things, we can definitely, or at least partially, be what's the word for it? Confident. We can be partially confident that something will change in trading and we might have piracy back, which, not gonna lie, makes me very happy. You know that my renting is equal to the absence of anything to do in the game. So I am now waiting for Evocati even more than I was before, because I'm curious how far they're gonna take it. They should make low-level hauling missions pay less, and high-level ones have actual available cargo. Yes, for that, that's one of the things I discussed already, Church, like in the previous days, because this is our like current gameplay, like literally every day, right? So higher level missions should have more cargo. Sorry, my brain farted. Higher level missions should have a more valuable cargo in them, but as a contractor who fulfills those contracts, you should pay the what you call it, the fee. Oh my god, what's the word for it? What's the word for it, chat? When you pay for the cargo price. No, not security deposit. There is a specific word for it. It's even used in the collateral. Collateral. Yes, sorry. So, you should pay collateral. So, if you look currently at how CAG does that, you would see that it's fine with CAG to gift you 25% of the cargo price, right? That is because they understand if you sell those things for the 25%, you cannot exploit it too much, exploit it too much, because the profit is not worth like bothering with it, right? No one will like do it like, oh, take the mission, sell it, right? It just will yield you less income that you would do other things, so understandable, right? So what they can do is let a player pay a 25 collateral price on the 25% collateral price on the higher value commodities, and then when you pirate it, you can sell it for like 50%. No, if it's gonna be a higher value cargo, it might be reasonable to exploit it. No, yeah, I think what they can do is just force people pay 25% collateral price, and then if you pirate it, you get 25% of the price of the cargo, but because it is a high value cargo, that 25% will be meaningful enough for you to do those runs. Oh shit, I'm not on the comms, give me a second, my bad. Sorry, I'm here. Yo. You know what I mean? Because when it is 25% of hydrogen, it's nothing. If it's gonna be 25%, let's say, of a fresh foods or something, it's already gonna be something, like some money worth doing something for. And in that case, like, you will not inflate the economy by exploiting, because the same amount of money you get for selling it as a pirated cargo, that money was spent as a collateral by another player. But on the other side of this, the other player who is getting pirated, he's not losing like 100% of value of the cargo, but he is also not like earning as much as a full, like, I just don't know. Yeah. It's all of this hauling is just weird. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's one of the biggest reasons why collateral is not implemented. Yeah. Like, again, generally speaking, what I would have done is I would have nerfed the income from hauling missions and upped the income from above the income from commodity trading and be done with it. Reputation is not even a penalty. You don't lose reputation for failing a mission nowadays, man. You just don't lose anything. Yeah, well, that's the whole other thing, yeah. That's more of a, like, it's already not a hauling mission, it's more like pretty much it's pretty much the same thing as just normal trading. A certain spot requires a certain amount of cargo per minute, and then it becomes just commodity trading because you already have that. Yeah, I think I get what you mean, right? You just get missions to bring whatever there. And commodity A to a place B. And it's just your personal mission. So then people will go and bring stuff that is not a matter for just commodity trading, but they need it for the mission, so they go buy some iron or some, yeah. That's that's a decent idea, I think. They can even go and mine it if they want. Yeah, supply demand is extremely static, I agree. It's boring. It is boring. We are extremely far of that. All right, Diddy. You know the drill. If I die, I die. I'll be right back. My wife asked me if she saw me like watching Avon and Mike, and she was like, "Are you reacting on a React today?" I'm like, "Yeah." And she was like, "How was it?" I was like, "Better than in terms of viewership when I play the actual game." She was like, "Yeah, just keep reacting." I'm like, "Yeah. Just gonna become a React streamer, man. What else is there to do?"
Just reacting.
No, just reacting. Yeah, BF6 soon TM. Yeah, so much action, so much traffic. That's crazy. I cannot believe it. It's funny how their UI, the circle, cannot even be exactly on the planet, right? You see how it rotates around the planet, so it's not even pointing on the planet directly. It's sedge.
Have you noticed they pulled up the sun? Like if you look at the level of planets and all around, they raised the sun up, so it's not in a direct line with all the planets
Hmm.
above.
I wonder if we will ever get the planets actually revolving around the star in this game, or it's just gonna be left as a yapping point from CAG.
So to really slow quantum drive, to actually catch up with the planet, you will have to go several circles around the sun before you're catching up. Is that what you mean? You'll never have fuel enough on the slow quantum drives to reach your destination because it will just be endless flying.
Yeah, maybe that ghost, or maybe they're just to make it so like your warp tunnel, it just constantly like changes and faces towards the center of the planet, you know. I don't think planets will be rubber bending. Like anything that goes on inside of the planetary grid is still stationary. Like relatively to the planet, everything is stationary, right? It's like just a matter of moving the entire grid, including the station and all its moons, like on the bigger orbit, right? I wonder at what speed, like what's the orbital speed of Earth around the star, around the sun? Anyone knows? Mm-hmm. So now we do. Okay, so that's 29, almost 30 meters per second. 30,000. It's 30. No, wait. This is wrong. This comma is wrong here. There we go. Yeah. $30,000 meters per second, so that's like 30 times faster than we can like fly in Star Citizen in general, in a nav mode. So we all know how merging going from one grid to another works in Star Citizen, right? So like you can experience it if you try to land decoupled into the moving Idris, that the Idris is moving straight forward, right? And you, let's say Idris is moving like 100 meters per second, straight forward so you don't crash anything. You take a ship, you go like, I don't know, 60 meters a second forward, you fly decoupled, you fly into the hangar, and when the transition to the Idris specific grid happens, you retain the momentum, but like in a clever way. So your 60 meters per second will actually drop to 10 meters per second because Idris was moving 50 meters per second. 60 minus 50 equals 10, right? So that is properly done in Star Citizen. So I would imagine you would be able to position yourself in front of the moving grid of like planet, right? And position itself on like its way into your position, and then you just sit still, and the moment it catches you, your speed will just like yonk to 30k meters, and like actually if everything, like if there is a one Earth-like planet here, like Hurston, let's say, or something, so considering Star Citizen time is 4 times sped up, so it's gonna be not at 30,000 meters per second. It's gonna be multiplied by 4, so it would be 120,000 meters per second. So the grid catches you, and then your speedometer on your ship shows that value, 120,000 meters per second, and then it will just starts like braking you because the game needs to put you below the same speed limit. That could be a cool experiment if that would happen. Yeah. Everything is scaled down. Like, planets are, like, scaled down 8 times, I think, in general. You're thinking Newtonian? SC doesn't do Newtonian. Well, certain parts they do. What I'm describing in Idris is a real case. It'll do that. Call of Duty open beta? Are you kidding me? No, no way, bro. Well, we have a lot of visitors today. I kind of feel good. I just rented the entire day. Yeah, I'm not interested, man. I am not interested at all. Like, completely. Hmm. Should we try and go microtech? Maybe I'll sit on the spot and you can find people on the outpost. What do you think, Diddy? Diddy! Ooh.
Oh, sorry, I was muted or whatever.
Yeah, I was saying maybe microtech. You go check out the outpost. I'll sit interdicting the Wicklow.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay.
Shields are open.
Damn.
It's Black Ops 7 open beta this week.
Yeah.
That's
I
a
saw
Call of Duty or
what
something
Burr said. I'm literally not interested.
I'm not so much into Call of Duty.
Yeah. Last Call of Duty I played was like, I was still a teenager, I think. also goes to Kami what they could do if the planets would rotate, because planet rotations are guaranteed, right? They don't change in direction. It could show you that like the planet is there, but you know your computer knows its rotation, so it like plans the exit ahead of time. You know, at the spot where the planet is going to be at the given time of exit, right? So
Boop, 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 boop.
yeah, I just, do they want it? Like, the entire interdiction will have to work differently then. That's for sure. Oh, I glitched up my snare again. GG. It is so bad, bro. No, no, no. Nope, it's broken.
Need me to come down?
No,
Jump to...
no, it's all good.
Please.
Wife is saying goodnight, by the way.
Come again?
My wife said goodnight, by the way.
Oh, good night, wife. Oh man. It's so annoying. God damn it. Please work.
Got potential targets at Envik.
Alright. Just do your thing, scan. I'll come in when if you feel it's worth it. Imagine going back to the discussion we had before about like how I was visualizing and like thinking the good power management system would be, right?
Oh,
What's up, Diddy?
no, that's nothing. Nothing yet.
Wait, why everything is so... Everything is so like loud. Can you say something?
What?
Yeah, like guys, do you feel like Diddy is louder or is it like me? I don't understand.
Maybe it's just shit.
Yeah, so as I'm looking right now, just, you know, here at the Mantis overview and looking at the spinning thing in a bubble, I was thinking like, right, they could make it like that also, like when the snare device is idling, like it takes X amount of power, and then when it's like charging or popped, it takes another amount of power, and all of that is ties into that system with the battery, so keeping up the snare like charge like taxates you. And then there is a point, if you overuse your capacitor, you can use a snare if it's not a high priority and all that. That could be like, all of that could be so cool, but no, we're going with this like stupid pips, energy pips. Noid ships could be the part of E-War, right? When that happens, Noid ships could be the part of an E-War. Like one of the tools, right? You disrupt the capacitor somehow. Like, it, like, all could be a thing. All of that. That shit, like, opens up so much possibilities. Like, and you can make those, RSI curse. Good one, good one, good one, good one, yeah. You could make, like, all of that less skillful gameplay be utility gameplay. It's not necessarily have to be, like, the neutralizer, like, guns you have to aim. And that's, like, opens up opportunities for players to participate in a gameplay in a utilitarian way, where it's like super important, but it's not necessarily, yeah, like a tracking disruption, whatever. It doesn't necessarily requires you to just aim at the pip. It just requires you to know what you're doing and be aware of your environment. So it doesn't, like, you don't need to build up as much muscle memory to just like aim the pip, but it still makes you a valuable player, right? Like target range dampening also is definitely an E-War thing. Remember like a year ago or so, I was theory crafting and talking about the Hornets, remember? When the Mark II was released, I was talking about how would I do the Hornets and like how would I define like different chassis and how they would like have to have different utility unlike it is right now. And one of the devices I called out was on Hornet Ghost to put on the nose like a jamming device, right? That's your target range dampening, where you don't like aim the bib of the ship, but you emit a cone, and every single ship, probably including friendlies who get into that cone, like lose the signal strength of their radars, so their like resolution modifier just drops like significantly, and whatever they could see at like 5 kilometers they now can see, sorry, like 10 kilometers, they now can see like at 5 kilometers, you know? Yeah. Target painting, exactly. You increase their IR or EM signature or cross-section signature depending on what missiles you use, and you have different ways to bloom different types of signatures, and then you have to know what missiles are your teammates using. So it's like, bro, like, just to think about it, what it all could be, bro. Like, just this few things we talked about right now, it's like how cool it could be. All of that shit. No. We are very concerned about who leaked the changes to the flight model. And now Yogi's attempt to be like more inclusive to players in the development of the flight model is jeopardized. That's what CG is worried about. Like, the things we just talked about in the past minute, Church, is such a huge chunk of gameplay already that could be so phenomenally interesting for people to master. It's crazy. And no, we're still, the only thing we're discussing is how fast a ship will go backwards. That's the only thing we're discussing. Bro, for past fucking 10 years, man. Yeah. They can create as much tech as they want, as much of a server meshing as they want, as much of a freight elevators, I don't know, wormholes, it doesn't matter. Not all of that is just a gimmick to cover up the absence of the core. And that's like the saddest part in all of that. Yep. Is there anything, Diddy, or that was false? You said there was someone.
Yeah, that was false. All game rule ships.
Mm-hmm.
On the way in the wind.
Got it. Did you see the new dot ship in Eve? No. I haven't been following Eve, honestly, since I left. I did enjoy a lot. I enjoyed a lot playing Frontier. I kind of felt bad you weren't playing with me, not gonna lie. I was like, damn, I wish Church was here. Frontier is fun. It has its own unique vibe. It launches a breaching pod and does percent HP second over... Wait, percent HP second over time or absolute HP second over time? It's like an anti-capital ship then, right? You need to send it on Titans and all that shit. That's crazy. What size of the ship that is? Oh, that's pretty cool. Destroyers, battle cruisers, and the cover ops. That's pretty cool. That's something I wouldn't mind to play. Can you attach like unlimited amount of those pods on the target? As much as you can fire, or how does it work? Okay, so you can launch it works in big fleets, right? If you have like 20 of them, everyone launches to everybody, and then it's like, so like when it's one ship, it's like whatever, right? Oh wow, okay. It's crazy. Guys, I'm gonna sit for 15 minutes until it's 10 p.m. I'm gonna call it. It's pretty dead. I'm honestly, yeah, I just want to breathe out. I'm just in the mood of, I need something. I need like an Evocati. I need a wave 1, you know, like I need something. I need Battlefield 6.
Yep.
Because the longer I sit today, more pitiful will I feel myself in streaming up tomorrow. But because I don't want to like get over frustrated with anything, you know, no content. Let me check that out while we sit. I mean, it's hard to check out because no one is around to tell me there something popped on radar. That's a...
First cycle.
Oh.
Cap chain. Xenos, tag your thingies.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Eat
hard.
your harness first cycle.
It's gonna be hard for me to understand right now. It looks fucking cool.
It's okay, it's okay. Lester broadcast.
Give me a second. I need to make sure no one is on the radar. Oh yeah, I see this pod here.
He tarned us, he tarned us. Nestor's Prime, Nestor's Prime.
Yeah. Nestor, they selected like Balgorn.
In the Kuno section.
But
Take range in the bases.
he's putting only
Spread up.
one. He's putting only one pod. I didn't see. Yeah, the damage numbers are stupid. Damage number. I'll look at it after the stream. I don't want, like, because people usually don't understand EVE videos at all when you try to watch them on Star Citizen stream. Like, it's too much information for a Star Citizen player. That might be actually the reason, like, why we're getting stupid energy pips instead of a proper system, you know, because it might be that in general Star Citizen community is allergic to interesting and proper in-depth decisions. They just cannot take it. Like, they're repellent for that. Yeah. And that's what's the whole hope for Star Citizen, right? That Star Citizen will not be yet another, like, game for, you know, current audience. Is going to be different. That's what's the whole point. Like, the whole motto of SC when they launched the campaign in 2012 was like, PC gaming isn't dead. Exactly. The PC gamers game, yeah. PC gaming isn't dead. That was their motto. That was what I was about to say, right? And we're getting so far away from it, it's insane. The only constant in CG development is how bright the star is, so that your head starts to ache if you look at like this at the bright star. That's the only constant across all the years. Yeah, the only thing I don't think they really understand is that they're still gonna get money from them, even if they do a good game. Those guys are hooked to buying ships, to spending money in this project. It doesn't matter. Like, I guarantee you they will still get all the money they need, even if they come up with the right decisions. Just look how much their funding spiked . How much their funding spiked this year just because they started doing at least something to fix certain things in the game. Like, I know everyone meme like on year of playability and all that, but the fact is they started caring at least a little bit about the consistency of the experience you get. I'm not saying we're generally moving in a good direction in regard to all of this narrative bullshit and whatever, but besides that, like, you know, they're fixing here, things they're fixing there, you cannot deny that. In general, the game became more playable. Like, you can question if you like the playable and what you have to play, but you cannot deny that the game did become a little bit better. And look how the funding spike. You just have to do an interesting game that works and stop selling dreams. Sell the things you do. This year is a good example that this community requires like a tiny bit of love. And obviously I'm not talking about the PvP community or pirate community. We're like a minority of minority, right? I'm just trying to be more open-minded. There are like bajillion of players, like the other, like, you know, 80% of players that don't really care about the things we care about. And for them, the game became much more playable in the past year. And it just reflects on the funding. Well, but that's the whole point, Church. That's the whole point, right? Is you don't implement new features at the pace you cannot contain the consequences of it, right? So you stabilize what you have right now, and then you start slowly injecting new stuff at the pace that you can keep up with fixing the side effects created by those injections, right? That's pretty much the way it is. So yeah, it definitely became more stable because they haven't implemented new features, because they had time fixing the old stuff that was completely broken before they implement something new. So it's all right. Nah, Blues, I won't like really agree with that argument. Like, nah. I don't think it's about the total amount of people playing. Total amount of people playing definitely takes a toll on certain aspects of the game. Like the databases aspect and all that, yes, I do agree with that. But like things like refuel or not refueling, it's not because the total amount of players playing across all the servers. It's because it's a bug that has to be fixed. It has nothing to do with the total amount of players playing, right? And, you know, Snare not being able to charge up after you warp, it's not because the total amount of players, right? It's because it's a bug that has to be fixed. And it will happen if you will be even the only person playing in the game, right? No, it's still broken. You're not getting teleported across half of Stanton or Pyro when you try to dock with a Starfarer. But last time we tried it, I wasn't able to request refueling. I would go, like, after being, like, connected, I would go into the menu, and whenever I select how much fuel I want to get, I would press the pay button, and it would tell me, like, transaction error, and will not allow to push fuel into my ship. Still nothing. Not a single player. It's insane. Guys, that's it. I'm gonna call it. It was fun chatting. I love you all. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being active in chat, adding to the discussion. Bearing with my impossible rage and ranting on streams. It's always fun, you know, when you're there and we can vent together. I'm done for today. This is absolutely useless. I'll just kill the snare. Go bad log. Yeah. CAG can keep crying about the leaks. I don't care about it. I said what I care about, and that's what they should be caring about, not about who leaked a few words about the flight model that is not even a new flight model, you know? It's absolutely terrible. All of that, the priorities, the decision making, the things they care about, it's not good. It's just not good. And I hope it gets better, but I don't really. Yeah, I'll see you all back tomorrow. Probably doing the same thing. Maybe I'll come up with something else. My head started hurting again, so I'll peace out, and thank you so much, dudes, for joining me today. Thank you for all the support, financial and moral. I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace.